Good morning all and welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting for Wednesday the 23rd of February. Welcome to those here in attendance today in the chamber, councillors, staff, and pleased to have you with us, Pastor Andy. In addition to that, councillors and staff who are online via our Teams platform, welcome to you all. I now call the meeting open, and we don't have any leave of absence requests or apologies for today's meeting. So I'd now like to call on Pastor Andy Duncan to provide the opening prayers. Thank you, Pastor.
I want to read a verse out of Proverbs, and right before I read it, it talks about a house being built, but I think it applies to a community and to a regional council as well. And it says in Proverbs 24:3, by wisdom a house is built, and through understanding it is established. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you for these counselors, the mayor, Father, for these government servants who are seeking to lead our community and our region. Father, we pray for wisdom for them as they make decisions. Father, we pray for understanding and insight. And Lord, we pray that you would guide their minds and their hearts, that they would do what is best for the community, for the people. Lord, oftentimes with a broad community, it's difficult. Lots of different opinions and ideas and thoughts. Father, I pray for unity. I pray for guidance as they seek to talk through the issues. And Father, as they seek to lead this community, this region, Father, we pray that you would guide their minds and their hearts. And we pray for wisdom and understanding, for strength and for grace. And Father, we pray that through this, Lord, that you would use them to cause our community to thrive. And Lord, we pray this in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Andy. You're quite welcome to join us, but we understand you'll have a busy day doing God's work. And please go about your business with our best wishes. God bless you. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Councillor Duff to provide the important recognition of our traditional owners. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders, both past, present and emerging. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillors, we have the agenda in front of us. Now call on councillors to disclose any declarable or prescribed conflicts of interest in relation to today's agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to note on the agenda just our perceived potential conflict of interest in relation to Coolabunnya Sale Yard, which is item 13.4, the revised fees and charges. Just noting that I am that my company has actually used the sale yard's facilities to purchase cattle and sell cattle in the past, and just would like that noted on the minutes. I understand council has addressed this conflict of interest in the past, and would just like it to be acknowledged on the minutes, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. CEO, could you provide us with a summary as to where we're at in terms of the Coolabunnya Sale Yards and Council's interests? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, unless there's circumstances change, we've actually picked up, because it gets raised as a regular issue, so it's without having to have each councillor go through the whole process, it's noted for every councillor that has previously declared it and the resolution that's previously dealt with it, and if there's anything different, we'd be happy to deal with that by exception.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillors, has there been any change of your interests in the Coolabunnya Sale Yards? If not, we'll move on then. Thank you, that's duly noted. We'll move on now, Council, to the We have no deputations or petitions, so we'll move straight on to item 7.1 on the agenda, which can be found at page 6, being the minutes of the council meeting held on the 25th of January 2022. And of course, the recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 25th of January 2022 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter, thank you. Second to Councillor Froloff. Councillors, any questions in relation to the contents of the minutes before we resolve to accept such? Councillor, if there's any business arising, we can raise that afterwards, but at this point we're just accepting the minutes. Any issues in terms of the contents of the minutes? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Show of hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Any business arising out of those minutes? Councillor Duff, you had your light on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just would like to know on page 13, there was a question on notice from Councillor Jones. What would it take the cost be to make the toilets in the Main Street Highsville compliant with disability access? And I just wanted to know what happened with that and what was the answer with that particular one. So I don't think it actually was carried forward into the business outstanding.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll just have a look at that matter. If we don't have that information today, General Manager Brennan, could I suggest that that response be brought back to the Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting next Wednesday? Would that be appropriate? Are you comfortable with doing that? Yes. Or is that a matter for General Manager O'May? General Manager O'May, I might call on you just to provide a response if you're there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I wasn't actually aware of that one. We can bring something back to the Community Standing Committee. We won't have we won't have time to get something in next week's agenda for the infrastructure one. So yeah, the following week's Community Standing Committee meeting, we can look for that one.
Thank you, General Manager O'May. I'm comfortable with that. Councillor Duffy, you comfortable with that?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. If I may, I've just got one more question. On page 21, the council continues to advocate to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to seek funding to reconstruct damage to the rail trail, given council's view that it is a key community and economic asset. Just wondering how that advocacy is progressing and what are the chances of us getting something happening there, because I know that the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, when we were talking to them, they were actually considering putting some funding towards key infrastructure for community. Just wondering if we're still advocating what's happening in that space.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll call on General Manager Brennan if I could. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Rado, and thank you, Councillor Duff. Since our last discussion and update, there hasn't been any further engagement with them, so we had advocated very strongly, and General Manager O'May can probably add further detail of those discussions. However, we aim to make submission in relationship to it under one of the other categories. So the work continues, in other words, Councillor.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just think that that's a really big one for us because there's like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage to that rail trail, and to try and to get it reconstructed back to its original form, we really need to push that. So just wanting to flag that, to not drop the ball on the advocacy with that particular project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. General Manager, if you duly note that and no doubt progress that accordingly. Thank you very much. Okay, so no further issues to raise pursuant to the previous meeting. We'll move on then, Council, to... do we need to... I think we've received the minutes, so that we just did some general business there. So, So we move on. Yep, thank you. We'll move on then, Council, to 8.1, which is the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting. It's at 34. It's recommended that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Do we have a mover? Yes. Councillor Henson, second Councillor Jones. Councillors, any matters arising in relation to that, to the table? Questions, comments, speakers? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just with that, on page 36, the independent accounting analysis pathway to surplus strategy finalised by the 30th of June. Just a question to the CEO, how is that progressing?
Thanks, Councillor. That was timely. I only spoke to the Mayor about it yesterday. So it's proceeding very slowly. QTC's been, you'll see the list of actions that have been taken. Executive staff have contacted QTC monthly in regards to the matter. We've got the training on Friday. Got a teleconference hookup with QTC and several other councils in the region with regards, and the outcome so far is the training day in Gympie that everyone's been invited to, and really strongly recommend that we all go to on the 22nd of March. My discussions with the Mayor yesterday is that QTC is probably not going to continue to move to where we want to go, and as far as the budget workshops, it's a discussion as to how we wish to see. The budget parameters report last week, and which will be, the resolutions of that will be dealt with today, detailed that we don't, as an organisation, we are moving to not have a deficit greater than last year, if that's council continues down that path. So I suspect we will have to utilise our own resources. QTC's recommended a couple of times that we engage an external consultant rather than use them, and we've resisted that thus far. So, it's a work in progress, and further discussion required with the Mayor as to, and which we spoke about, as I said yesterday, as to where we go with it. And then we'll discuss it through a workshop.
Councillor. Yeah, if we could just perhaps.
Sorry. Yep.
Yeah.
So I've just
Councillor,
got-
we'll just come back to you on those.
Yep.
Just if I could just comment. CEO and I have had discussions in relation to that particular resolution, and we have CEO's been certainly actively seeking to engage with QTC in terms of providing some support to council in terms of strategy development. Could I suggest to council that we'll attend the training? It'll be an opportunity to further engage directly, face-to-face with QTC. And then from that, perhaps we can then have a workshop and have a discussion in council as to how we progress in terms of the development of that strategy, whether QTC are prepared to provide that support or whether we'll need to look at doing it in-house and or engage some external support. Just want to make sure everyone's comfortable with that. If there's any issues with that, please let me know. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I fully agree with that approach. I look forward to the training in Gympie and thank the team for the work that's gone into scheduling that. I think that's going to further those conversations we had with QTC last year, and certainly at that point I think we'll be well informed to make a decision as to how we proceed in line with our budget conversations and committee meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Duff. Very good question. It's very important that we do progress that matter, so thank you for bringing that to council's attention. Next issue, Councillor Duff.
Sorry, on page 41, the Botanical Advisory Committee terms of reference, we've just got that to be brought to a standing committee, a future one, but I'd just like to actually get a timeline on that, and I'd like to move that it be brought to the March standing committee and just probably seek General Manager O'May's advice as to whether that's doable.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to you, General Manager O'May, for an update in relation to that, and then we'll once we've received the report through resolution, you'll then be quite welcome to put forward a motion in relation to that matter. We'll call on you now. Thank you, General Manager O'May.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. We may struggle to get to the March meeting, or just the I would just need to catch up with the manager and see how much has progressed with that. He's working remotely through to illnesses this week, so he's actually not on site this week's, which, I just have concern that may hold him up, because our agendas are due next week for the next standing committee one in March. So, I'll probably just have to take it on notice and try to see how much work has progressed and what he could be able to progress remotely this week. Other than that, there'd be no issue bringing it back to the April standing committee meeting.
Thank you, GM. We'll take that take that notice on board. We can address that later in the meeting. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Duff?
Yes, Mr Mayor. On page 42, the Earl Street at Memorandum, there was no tenders. I'm just wondering what we're doing now with that particular block of land. And also Jellicoe Street, Proston, what is the issue with the earthworks and how are we progressing that so that we can put that one, get that one back on the market?
General Manager May.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so Earl Street, there was no tenders, so the progress there would then be, I think later in the meeting we have the item for the appointment of real estate agents, so we would look at listing that. Now it's been through the tender process, it can be listed just for start through the real estate. The issue with the Jellicoe Street one in Proston is that it's been discovered the Proston Rural there's a Proston Rural Water Scheme line goes through that allotment, and so it's trying to work at whether that can be relocated down the side of the boundary rather than. So yeah, there's a water service that goes through the middle of the allotment with the wood that's been discovered. So we need to probably relocate that at least so that it can be so that block is encumbrance free.
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, General Manager. Just through you, Mr Mayor, just wondering then, is that a budget consideration that we have to fund that to actually get that happening, or how do we progress that?
No, I think we're just trying to work with the water guys and internally. I think it's something that ultimately needs to happen as far as so that block is available. So yeah, it's more just a timing and working with the guys to see where that can. The water crews are certainly under a bit of pressure with COVID and sort of making sure that they're available for the essential duties. So yeah, it's just a little bit difficult to give a time frame at the moment.
Thank you, General Manager O'May. I just think that we need to try and progress both those because sale of land was one of that's on in our corporate plan to progress those blocks that are not utilised by council. So just wanted to flag that particular one.
Yep.
I've just got one more, unless you want to go to Councillor Shoemaker first, Mr Mayor.
We'll let you wrap up and then I'll come back to Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you, Councillor.
One more question on page 43, the Visit South Bennett joint workshop. Do we have a date in March to meet with them? How is that progressing? Because that workshop is, in my mind, very important because of the KPIs. Currently, there's no KPIs with our agreement with Visit South Bennett, so just wondering where that's at.
Councillor, the task on 17th is quite clear. So I spoke to the President the other day and looking at potential dates to work in with council timelines. So the comment is the comment. It's no other update than that. So we're looking for a date in March. So the actual comment answers the question.
Thank you. I just keen to get that happening. I just think that we've been travelling along with Visit South Bennett for a long time and we need to bring that to a head, so really keen to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr CEO. Yes, look, we have been through 2 rounds of funding for Visit South Bennett, and I know you've had issues in terms of getting that meeting facilitated, but if we can have that in March, that'll be a great outcome. Thanks, Mr CEO. Very good. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, certainly, absolutely agree. Looking forward to that workshop and that discussion to bed down the KPIs for that contract. And I do think it's wonderful that VSB have built such capability and capacity in these last 6 to 12 months. So I think we're actually in a great position to have a really meaningful conversation about those KPIs. So look forward to that. Thank you, Mr CEO, for progressing that date. Councillor Duff, I absolutely agree with you in terms of the South Bennett Botanical Advisory Committee. That's a really exciting opportunity for council. I know you being the portfolio holder for that area, certainly in the development of other advisory committee terms of reference, we've provided extensive feedback. So probably a question to you is just in terms of, have you got some draft ideas or something that you could circulate to council? So that we could progress, so we could support the team to progress the terms of reference, because I know that really has been instrumental with the youth council, the arts and heritage terms of reference, and certainly personal experience from the Regional Development Advisory Committee. So just welcome your thoughts in regards to that committee, and if you've actually bedded something down that we could actually start to really unpack and look at.
Councillor Duff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there is a draft that has been. I've been talking to acting manager Mark, but he, it's just that he hasn't quite finalised it. But certainly it's in draft form, and it has been like it's the same, utilising the same information that we've done with all of the others. But it's just that we haven't brought it to the table. So I'm just trying to get that to the table. So there's certainly, it's almost there.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Any further issues to raise, councillors? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 38, there was a question I noticed that Councillor Shoemaker brought forward with regards to the Great Barrier Reef catchment and regulations. And I'm just wondering, because I don't remember a report coming back for that, whether that report was coming back from Biodo, I'm not 100% sure. And the other one was with regards to the community garden. Things have sort of stopped there a little bit, and I would really like to start that discussion up. And I think this includes the discussions we're having with regards to Lions Park. So I'd like to get a meeting together with yourself and some of the other councillors with regards to how the community gardens are going to work, because I don't think it's just myself involved in that, because it's the whole of council really, because the community gardens as they stand are actually, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, General Manager, I may, but I think the community gardens are actually on freehold land at the moment. And I did have a thought that maybe we could move it over to across the road to Lions Park and maybe just do one garden bed, but I think that's something we should probably discuss, having discussions as a community. Thank you.
General Manager, I may.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just in response probably to the community gardens thing, I think there's an opportune time. We have got the, we are kicking off today, as Council will be aware, with the consultants on board with the Memorial Park and the pool project, so looking to design. So I think that will facilitate some discussion on the wider picture as our parks plan and progress, so what we are prioritising and where we are actually heading. So I would like that Memorial Park discussions probably to branch out into a bit wider and actually put some planning around. So I think the community gardens and say where they're located and what happens would be a good that would be a good place to have that discussion. So we have got a meeting, a workshop with council this afternoon. So even just some initial directions that wouldn't necessarily be incorporated into that, but I think it's further work that we could be done from that Memorial Park master planning and that. And the Great Barrier Reef, that one should come back to the next standing committee. So that's just basically doing an update, and that's been sitting with me for a long time now. So we'll get that one back to the next standing committee.
Thank you, General Manager, I may. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillors, anything further? Okay.
Plug.
Yes, thank you, Mr. CEO.
Mayor, if I may, just if I could give, terms of reference came up before, but certainly the Youth Council, and I was hoping for an opportunity to give it a plug somewhere today. We've extended the nomination date. To date, we've got 5 nominations, all good nominations. We can take up a capacity of 12 for the Youth Council. And if you, through all the networks and anyone who's listening, please give it a plug. And it's a great initiative, but we really need a couple more people to not make it worthwhile, but to get added value out of it. So if I can just give it a free ad, please, Mr. Mayor, that would be lovely.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. If I could, question for General Manager O'May, if you could, just in relation to the local law review, I know that that's in the operational plan for 22-23. Just wanting to confirm that that will come forward in your OPEX budget papers for that process to be undertaken in that financial year. Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we definitely will bring that project through as a budget project. So we've been getting costings and that together for that process. So yeah, that will be something that we'll bring forward through the budget process.
Thank you, General Manager. Second question, General Manager O'May, is in relation to the adoption of the most appropriate use assessment for Pound Street, Kingaroy. I see at item 2 there where a suitably qualified and experienced contractor will be engaged to prepare a master plan for the property. Probably just wanting an update as to where we're at with that. I've had, it's a matter that I know is of particular interest to the community. And I think there's a desire in the community to see that progressed in terms of the utilisation of Pound Street, knowing that it has sat there for some time. There is, in my view at least, as one councillor, I'm keen to see the retirement village concept progress there. I do know of a number of elderly residents, for example, in Kingaroy, who are over 55, in many cases well over 55, who are now finding it challenging to maintain homes. What were previously family homes, sometimes they're widowers, sometimes they are in a couple, and they're certainly looking for options in terms of a secure gated retirement village as such. And I'm just wondering if that's going to be considered and when we can perhaps expect to see that come forward for council to give some direction on what that would look like. Thank you, General Manager O'May.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we have actually got that out at the moment. So the quotes are out at the moment for to engage that consultant to conduct that study. So that I can't think of the top of my head the closing date or when we were expecting them back, but it's as we speak, it is out at the moment. So we're trying to source that person so that project can kick off in the coming sort of weeks to months once we can get that person on board.
Thank you, General Manager. And General Manager, just in terms of the scope of works for the consultant, I'm keen perhaps to ensure that the specialist set of skills that we're looking for is going to suit the outcome that council is seeking. So if there is a particular direction that council wants to take, important that we get a consultant who is going to have the skill set in that space. So for me, as one councillor, I'm keen to advocate for a gated retirement village. Other councillors may have other desires there or other views, but I'm keen to see that we get some clarity around that to make sure that we do get the right consultant there and can get this thing progressed as soon as possible. Is there an opportunity or recommendation from you as sort of advice as to how you could get that from council? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we could certainly maybe on the back of the standing committee or one of the workshops we have a discussion and whether it is to go back through. We had that AEC did the most appropriate use lien study, which is what we'd be seeking a consultant to progress. So yeah, we could maybe have a briefing with council and just get that initial feedback just prior to getting that consultant on board, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So yeah, probably would only need sort of 15, 20 minutes of council's time just to sort of talk through those key issues and make sure you're comfortable with the progress.
Just thank you, General Manager. In terms of our due process, I'd be very comfortable if it's able to be done for a report, even just a brief report, to be brought back to the community's standing committee meeting in March, if that could be organised. Is that something that we could do?
Yeah, no, we could do that.
Thank you, General Manager. And my final question, Council, is just in relation to the LRCI funding allocation phase 3 2022, where we've allocated $2.2 million to roads rehabilitation. That's on page 56. Just wanted to confirm, General Manager Brennan, that the targeted works program will be brought back to the March Infrastructure Standing Committee. Just want to see if we're on track for that or if we need to look at more time. Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. In fact, I think there is a brief mention of it in our Infrastructure Standing Committee notes that are coming through that we have, which are complete, of course, for next month's meeting at this point. However, we will have it prepared for general with the CEO's concurrence. So we haven't quite finished it. It is a reasonably big task because we're looking at this time of year at both that program of works that Council is funding and also preparing priorities for budget consideration concurrently at the same time. So with the CEO's agreement and Council's patience, we would still present it to General next month. So we will be in a position for a decision next month, but won't have finalised the details of that list for you because we've already completed our reports. But certainly we'll have it to next General meeting for decision. Mayor Otto?
Thank you, General Manager. Much appreciated. Just understanding that we need to get that work completed probably by December with the funding round ending then. So keen to see that progress. General Manager, is an opportunity for councillors prior to that meeting to provide input into any roads that we're having particular issues or reports back from the community that we can feed through to you just to make sure that they're given consideration. Thank you.
Certainly, Mayor Otto. In fact, we have had a number of submissions by yourself and I believe potentially by a couple of others in relation to projects that would be great candidates there. It has been our intention to utilise those funds for early wins, and by that I mean we will focus those funds on projects that can be advanced, high priority projects that can be advanced and will be in the reseal category. We can get our best bang for our buck and deliver it as early as possible in that time frame you just indicated, Mayor Otto. So we would actually aim to commence those works as soon as possible and complete them, of course, well within that time frame. The list that we anticipate, that we're working on, that we anticipate presenting to March General Meeting will have a focus on reseals. So we will use our budget process, our capital renewal submissions to Council for consideration to look at the more difficult asset renewal works which incorporate rehabilitation, etc. So you will see a focus in the recommendation from staff on reseals. Get as much preventative work for that amount of money out as we can, as quickly as we can. So that is our intended focus. We are getting some submissions which are coming through from members of the public and referred by yourself and other councillors, and we will certainly take them into consideration. But we're doing so in conjunction, not in isolation of our capital budget next year. So we'll put together a highest priority with the following reseal program for budget consideration, as well as a rehabilitation program for budget consideration. So all three components are focused on highest priority, and we'll present that for your consideration.
Thank you very much, General Manager, for undertaking that very holistic view of the entire roads program across the different funding programs and cycles. Very much look forward to that coming back to the March ordinary meeting. Thank you. Okay, any further questions, Council, before we resolve the receipt of the report? So we have the motion there. Sorry, Mr. CEO.
Oh, you're right, Mayor. Mine's a technical issue. We had a call from Councillor Jones. There's been some sort of an internet or phone problem, so he dropped off the feed at 9:25. So we've just marked him as absent for the minute until he can reconnect. But you will be down to 6 for this vote. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, we'll go to the vote then. Those in favour, show of hands. Yes, carried by all 6 councillors. We'll note that Councillor Jones was absent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, we'll move on to item 10.1.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to move that.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Duff. Permission me? Yes, please proceed.
Sorry, I'd like to move that the Botanical Advisory Committee terms of reference be brought to the April Standing Committee meeting 2022. that the Botanical Advisory Committee terms of reference be brought to the April Community Standing Committee meeting. Oh, I just got to scribble. You wouldn't even go read it. That the Botanical Advisory Committee terms of reference be brought to the April Community Standing Committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. We'll just allow Lynelle to tidy that up while we go into some debate. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Potter, thank you. Okay, we'll now go into debate on that. We have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Duff, speak to your motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just given Councillor Shoemaker sent through a funding opportunity there with regards to the federal election and the opportunity to apply for up to $20,000 across in each of our federal electorates, and so I just thought it would be really good if we could start to get this standing committee together so that they could have some input. Even with the April Standing Committee, it's probably going to be too late, but I just thought we need to get this happening because the community were very interested in this and it's just losing some momentum. So I just wanted to get that happening sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Fully support this recommendation and absolutely agree. I don't think it's too late at all, Councillor Duff. I think the timing's perfect. And I do believe through the consultation we did on the KTP project and the many groups that we brought to the table around the species that we use in the CBD, there's already so many learnings there that we can follow up and continue and certainly embed in our council operations. So I think this is an exciting opportunity for council, fully supportive of the recommendation. Just want to confirm with General Manager O'May, based on his comments around one of our team members being unwell, that this is actually achievable in the current operational environment with COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager O'May.
Yeah. Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, no, it'll certainly be possible to bring back through April. I was just a bit concerned about March, given the absence. But as Councillor Duff explained, there has been work done on that. So there is a draft there. So it's just whether there was much tinkering around. Certainly the acting manager, if he can get it through to March, we won't hold it till the April meeting. If we can get it done, and I'll sort of be in contact with him over the week because he's still got remote access. So if we can get it to March, we will. But it was just that concern that so we won't hold it to April if we can, but we can definitely meet the April timeframe.
Thank you, General Manager. Further comments, councillors? Further speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Duff, before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I'm all good to go to the vote.
Okay, we'll go to the vote on this then. Those in favour? Carried by our 6 councillors, noting that Councillor Jones is still absent due to a connection issue. Carried. Thank you all. 10.1, councillors, is the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Policy Governance Framework. Strategic 006 is at page 67, where the recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council Policy Governance Framework, Strategic 006, be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker. Second, Councillor Froloff. Councillor Shoemaker, speak to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, we had extensive conversation about this last week. Just fully supportive of the framework. Definitely agree with council's approach in terms of governance, and yeah, looking forward to progressing this one in the year ahead. Fully supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? No? Okay. just acknowledge the work that's been undertaken. Thank you, General Manager Jarvis and your team, led by Manager Knudsen. Carolyn's done a wonderful job, as she always does, in this very important corporate governance space. Okay, if there's nothing further, councillors, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Yes, carried by all. Thank you. Carried unanimously. 10.2 is the South Bennett Regional Council fact sheets. Can be found at 72, where it's recommended that the South Bennett Regional Council fact sheet report be received. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Seconder, Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There's two that I'm just interested in. I think it's great that we do have these fact sheets, but just the one about the rates, payments, arrangements on page 87, I'm just wondering why we haven't got the reference to the council hardship policy on that fact sheet, because we're suggesting that if people are struggling to pay their rates, there's processes, but we just haven't mentioned that. So I just think it's very important to add that to that particular fact sheet.
General Manager Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Councillor, is it the rates, payments, arrangements? Just on the following page there, it's got what is financial hardship. Ratepayers who suffer.
Sorry, I didn't turn the page.
That's all right. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. I didn't expect that you would have missed that one. Well done. Thanks, GM. Anything further, Councillor Duff?
Yes, I am. I'm concerned about the administrative action complaints fact sheet, because I see at the top there we've got what is an administrative action complaint, and it says that it is an expression of dissatisfaction about an administrative action of council. Administrative actions are defined as a decision or a failure to make a decision, including a failure to provide a written statement of reasons for a decision, an act or a failure to do an act. So just wondering, are there timelines around that? Because maybe they're on the back of this, but no. Because I'm just thinking there would be a lot of times where where council didn't act. For example, we sometimes take 3 to 6 months to do a pothole. Like, is that a failure to do an act? A decision or a failure to make a decision? Like, how does that work? Because if we hand this out as a fact sheet, I'm concerned about what ratepayers would do with that if there was the understanding that they could actually act on that.
Thank you, Councillor. We might go to Mr CEO to provide an explanation as to that process. Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks for the question, Councillor. Ratepayers are already quite very well aware of that process. So this is the process now that preempts the Ombudsman. So before a complaint goes through the Ombudsman process, this is the process that they use. So Council has a statutory policy in this space. That language is pretty much controlled. I'd say it's controlled by the regulations. It's maybe there will be a little bit of wiggle room in it, but it is pretty much regimented now as to what and how we do it. We deal with quite a number of administrative action complaints. We deal with a number where people have expressed their dissatisfaction or otherwise that we failed to take an action or have. We work through the administrative action complaints process with them, and then if they're dissatisfied with that service or answer, then they go to the Ombudsman, and then we work through an Ombudsman process with it. It's actually quite surprising, well, not quite surprising, it's quite good. And the nice thing about the fact sheet is that we continue to promote it because it's as part of our continuous improvement. If that's the case and the community isn't happy with this level of service, sometimes the timeframes that we take are the timeframes, and we advise that. They may be still dissatisfied with that timeframe, and we'll go through the process. They get a little bit frustrated because the answer goes back that is the timeframe, and whether they would like it quicker or not, that's a statutory timeframe, for example, or a regulatory timeframe. But yeah, no, appreciate your concern and appreciate your thought, but it is what it is, and it's as we've been over the last couple of years trying to push more and more of this information out. They're the rules that we operate within, and we continue to try and get better.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Yes, just keen then, if that's the case. I don't know whether it's a confidentiality issue, but is it possible for us to see, to get at least some idea of how many of those we're getting? Because if you're saying that they're coming through, is that something we could have a report on that? Because it'd be interesting to know that would be a gauge of, in some respects, to the level of service and what people's perception of the level of service, and just wondering, is that possible?
Yeah, not necessarily the individual detail. We publish in the annual report every year. All this is statutory information. So the annual report, you tend to look at it as a fixed point in time as to how many you've got each year, what is still open. I'm looking at General Manager Jarvis. Definitely the Ombudsman. Oh, you're right. No, I'm thinking out loud. I'm sorry. Definitely the Ombudsman is, and she may be more articulate and elegant than I am. Definitely the Ombudsman complaints, the right to information. I'm sure we put admin action complaints in the annual report as well. So it's statutory information. So it's. I would be a little bit hesitant, particularly with the Ombudsman, well, because of privacy, and again, you're absolutely correct, is put details, but yeah, it's just a regulated number, and we can pull the number out, and other than a report, we can easily just circulate it to councillors for information as to how many we've got. We're actually, if I can give us a plug, contrary to sometimes the dreaded old social media commentary, we actually, our complaints with the Department of Local Government and through all these processes are quite good for comparable councils. Certainly Department of Local Government is another avenue so we've got several avenues that people can take a complaint like this. But yeah, we manage the complaint process quite effectively and efficiently. As I said, that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's happy with the answer, but yeah, long answer short and stop me wobbling. Happy to circulate the numbers.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Go to General Manager Jarvis. Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I agree. Everything that the CEO has said is that it is a statutory requirement that we do report on these complaints. But getting back to the fact sheet here, Councillor, is that part of the process of developing these fact sheets was our customer service officers were very, very heavily engaged and communicated with and gave us a lot of feedback about what were the questions that people ringing were asking to try to sort out, so to produce these fact sheets that were sort of logical to their questions and would answer them sort of simplistically. And you will see on that fact sheet there is a very distinct definition there and a clear, decisive about the what is not an administrative action complaint. And it does list them there, that it says that an administrative action complaint should not be confused with a customer request. A customer request is a request for information or service relating to council's functions. Some examples of customer requests include reports about barking dogs, leaking water pipes, an overflowing waste bin, potholes and overgrown allotments. On request for information relating to rates, dog registrations or other council services. So it says to lodge a customer request, contact council by so-and-so. So it clearly defines what is an administrative complaint and what isn't, one there on the fact sheet, and that was virtually the purpose of the fact sheets. But what the CEO is saying, that as far as legislative reporting, we are required annually to report on the numbers there as well.
Thank you, General Manager Jarvis.
Actions.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, General Manager. Thank you. Thank you very much for clarifying such. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I can confirm on page 64 of our last year's annual report, 2020-2021, we've had 15 administration action complaints last financial year. Councillor Duff, for your information, there's a great report actually in the annual report, so thank you for the work that's been done there. I just wanted to point out, I think it's really timely based on the fact that rates have gone out. The land valuation fact sheet is excellent. I think the work that's actually gone into that really to encourage residents to understand how their valuation is set and how their valuation may differ from their neighbours is really important. And I just wondered, with that information, if there's a way we can share that more actively with the community, noting that our rates have just been issued. I was thinking through council's publication in the South Bennett today, the online page there, if there's some snippets of information we can share, and the link to the online fact sheet. And certainly, Mr Mayor, noting your weekly discussions on Crow FM and this being your portfolio, I think it would be a great subject for you to discuss with Shaz on the breakfast show on a Monday morning, just to try to get some clarity around this process. I think it's an excellent fact sheet. And personally, going through this information, it's been wonderful just to have that clarity of process, and I can see these fact sheets being really incremental to Council's position on always putting the customer first and providing as much information as we can to meet our customer needs. So just want to acknowledge the work that's gone in there. No doubt there's many more to come, but I think this really will strengthen our customer request system and really acknowledge the effort that's gone into this process. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further councillors? Further speakers? No, Councillor Potter. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I am having a few issues trying to hear Councillor Shoemaker, for starters. But the one thing I wanted to do, I know that said that's a list of completed ones, but are we doing up more than this? Because like footpaths and footpath maintenance, and what is your responsibility with regards to footpath issues and things like that? Because I've had a few people ask me recently that, you know, if someone doesn't mow their footpath and then they walk through that person's footpath and actually hurt themselves, who is responsible for that? So, you know, legal requirements and things like that. So I'm thinking a footpath one might be a really good one, unless it's already in the process of being done.
General Manager Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Councillor Potter, we have an extensive list still to be completed there, and I just want to acknowledge that I know it is very resource hungry, this sort of project, and it forms part of our overall customer service review, and it is integral in the success of delivery of our project. And I just want to acknowledge all the other departments there again, because I get it, I really do. We've really asked a lot of them, and I know everyone with the flooding and different projects and that. I just wanted to extend, on behalf of my team, our appreciation for the amount of effort that they've put into these fact sheets. And yes, there are definitely many, many more to come, Councillor, and footpaths definitely are in there. You can, my colleague here, GM Jed here, Nellie, he doesn't like that word footpaths because we've been nearly crucifying him with footpaths lately, but with insurance and everything. So anyway, yes, the answer to your question there is. Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, GM Jarvis. Thank you, Councillor Potter. If I could just wrap up with some summarising comments, and we'll go back to Councillor Duff for closing before we go to the vote. Just in terms of the administrative actions report there, Councillor Duff, it may be something that we could look at as part of the operational plan review, which will be happening throughout the budget cycle this year, whereby the corporate plan of council does address the issue of customer service and the customer service charter. So perhaps there'll be an opportunity to look at how we operationalise that through the operational plan, and what reporting mechanisms would be appropriate to provide feedback to council in terms of customer complaints, customer issues, customer feedback on the delivery of that service charter. That might be the appropriate mechanism, could I suggest. In terms of fact sheets moving forward, thank you, General Manager Jarvis. I imagine there is an opportunity, probably seek your counsel here, as to how councillors can provide feedback from the community as to where there is a particular need for a fact sheet. What would you see as the appropriate process there for councillors moving forward? We don't want to inundate you with requests for fact sheets, but is there a process that you'd like us to follow in terms of giving that feedback to you and your team? Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Look, we'd appreciate any form of feedback like that. The council would, you're dealing, you're there at the coalface with the community, and if there's any gaps in any way, feel free to contact me, and I'll provide that information to our project lead there, Michaela, and she can review any of the fact sheets or any additional needs. So we're only too happy to receive that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillors can then forward emails through to yourself if you feel the need for a fact sheet to be provided, and we'll leave it with the team to develop as they have time to do so. Could I also, on behalf of Council, thank you and your team. This is a tremendous initiative. I think it's wonderful that we've got this information available. It will no doubt provide efficiencies for our staff in dealing with issues and questions. As well as provide a greater wealth of information for our community on the operations of council. So would you please pass on our sincere thanks to your team. Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Duff, over to you for concluding comments before we go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I just want to reiterate what you've just said. Absolutely think it's a wonderful initiative and will help to make the customer experience at the front counter a much more pleasant one if you could just hand them those sheets, because it would be very difficult and challenging for the counter staff to try and explain what's in these fact sheets. So I just think it's a fantastic initiative, and I'm keen to provide some input and feedback where we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Could I just bring to the attention of Council that Councillor Jones has lost connection, has been unable to recover that connection through the Teams platform, and is therefore now currently making his way into chambers. We expect that he'll be here in due course. Okay. Thank you. Right. We'll now move on, Council. We do need to close for morning tea at 10:15. Because we have a very important citizenship ceremony to conduct. But we'll move on now to item 10.3, which is at page 99. It's the Elga National General Assembly call for motions 2022. This has been discussed, of course, at the Standing Committee meeting, and we do have an officer's recommendation there. But I might go, before we do that, to Mr CEO in terms of process. Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, out of the Standing Committee last week, and the closeness to the agenda, we put, as you will have read, just literally the discussion points from last week. Over the course of the weekend and this week, we've tried to research the various topics and then do them up into a format. So I've got half of, probably about 50%, if I was going to give a progress to date of the background information all pulled together and getting ready for submission. In a couple of them, given they were just broad topics, there was not I was call it a fair punt to use the colloquialism, but hopefully we've got the intent of what you are doing, and any changes, alterations, as when we circulated these around, would be welcome. Thank you, Mayor, and for the feedback too from yourself, and to help to refine a couple of them. There is, we've loaded them up here as under each of the topics, the actual suggested, and that's in the format for the Congress, this national. The resolution that goes to the Congress must do something. They won't generally accept that the Congress notes that it's a terrific job that the government's doing in XYZ. They also won't accept anything that says the Congress notes that we should improve Memorial Park in Kingaroy. So they're very specific as far as it has to have that national broad, so hence why they're written in a broad. The youth health one, youth mental health, given the conversations before, we went down the path of youth mental health as far as getting those facilities. But we can't say we want a headspace for Kingaroy, for example. It's got to be broad to fit into the Assembly. So they're presented for consideration. National heavy vehicles was raised. It is our strong recommendation that we don't proceed with that. Actually, there's a very good working relationship there currently, and really we've not got a lot to talk about in that space. So rather than waste an opportunity on something that would be just terrific job, keep up the good work, we're there, unless council's got something else that they wanted to put forward, but where we are operationally, it seems to be working way better than it used to. Yeah, so Mayor, I'm happy to take questions, but they're just listed there. We've loaded them up, not to pre-guess, but just for convenience and time, and really in your hands as to if you want to progress with them all as a batch, or take them one by one, or if you want to change any of them or not progress any.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I'll now move that the South Bennett Regional Council make the following resolutions to the National General Assembly of Local Government. (2022). A representation, apologies, I'll start again, that this National Assembly calls on the federal government to halt the decline in the financial assistance grants and restore to 1% equivalent of the Commonwealth taxation revenue. So that would be the first there. Mr. CEO, thank you.
I was just thinking out loud, and yeah, the ladies have got it. If we just take out the headings then and just leave the resolutions as A, B, C, and then that way we'll lose the headings, and then yeah, we'll just leave them in the resolution format.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yes, that would be ideal. So then B would then that this National Assembly calls on the federal government to recognise that there are no one-size-fits-all housing solutions and increase targeted funding streams and dedicated resources to increase social and affordable housing supply in regional communities in ways that meet the growing demands. C, that this National Assembly calls on the federal government to provide funding to support resource communities to lead, plan and transition their economies to support decarbonisation goals. Councils are seeking leadership from the federal government to work in a bipartisan and collaborative manner across all levels of government and empower communities to be part of the conversation. D, that this National Assembly calls on the federal government to provide dedicated funding to support regional local governments to undertake targeted feasibility studies and business cases to explore existing and new opportunities to partner in and support the creation of a circular economy and create localised resource recovery practices. E, that this National Assembly calls on the federal government to support rural and regional communities with increased funding and facilities to meet the growing needs of youth with mental health issues, including early intervention programs and ensuring equity of access to services. F, that this National Assembly calls on the federal government to double the $3.5 billion National Water Grid Fund towards the construction of new and augmented water infrastructure projects across regional Australia and provides annual competitive funding rounds for the acceptance of funding applications. Okay, just wasn't sure if we had proposing that we leave out national heavy vehicles and national biosecurity. And the final one would be G, which would be that this National Assembly calls on the federal government for a continuation of funding for rural communities in addition to the identified funded programs under the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I'd now move that and seek a seconder. We have a seconder, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you. Okay, so there is presented. I'll now speak to those. First of all, just to clarify that the National Heavy Vehicle Transport Network, there is a significant body of work happening in this space, Mr. CEO. It would be, the advice I'm taking is that that technical work that's being done between the state and federal government is something that we should certainly engage in, but is likely to be more effective than a resolution from Elga at this point in time. and that similarly with the National Biosecurity funding, there is a process happening whereby regional councils are being given the opportunity to provide feedback through the consultation draft that's been circulated, which is the national review into the biosecurity funding program. With that process already in place, it would seem that timely to engage in that process more so than jumping to a resolution at this stage when there's already a process in place for biosecurity funding. So I've taken that advice on board in leaving those two out. The others, of course, are all key issues for not just our region but regional councils across Queensland, particularly rural regional councils, and I would commend those proposed resolutions to the chamber. I'll now call on further speakers. Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Councillor Potter, can you confirm that you can hear me better?
A little better.
I'm wondering if it's this microphone or my mask. I'll try to speak up. Certainly fully agree with the recommendations put forward, Mayor Otto, and thank the council team for the work that's gone in, certainly after hours and on the weekend, to finalise these and do some further homework further to our discussion last week. I would just like to note General Manager O'May did share a proposed motion for biosecurity that I would like to propose we adopt. The motion is that the National General Assembly call on the Australian Government to partner with local governments to fund the establishment of regional biosecurity report cards designed to measure the extent and success of management programs that target new, emerging and established invasive species. And there was a national objective certainly shared further to your comments, Mr. Mayor, about some of the work that's already happening in that space. But in essence, what I took out of that is that regionally scaled biosecurity reporting establishes a targeted outcome and reporting framework for invasive pest species, producing an effective national to the local community network pathway for response and management program. So I feel that motion is relevant, and Mr. Mayor, if we can, I would support adopting that in the presented motions here. And furthermore, I certainly just agree with your comments. These are really big issues that are impacting regional Australia and certainly councils like ours. I know we've had extensive conversations about housing, water, mental health, and I know these are many of the issues that we do need to take to Canberra on behalf of the people of our region and our community, and advocate in collaboration with the other 800 mayors and councillors that join the Elga Assembly every year. So fully supportive of these, and thank the team for the work that's gone into them.
Thank you, Councillor. Just in response, we've added item H there. As the mover of the motion, I'm very comfortable with including that. Mr. CEO, if that doesn't breach any process, thank you. So we've now included that item H there, as Councillor Shoemaker has indicated, in relation to a regional biosecurity report cards to measure the success of management programs. Of course, very importantly, on these invasive species that are taking over more and more of our very important agricultural land across regional communities. Further speakers, Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yes, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for that to be added onto it with the biosecurity funding section. Could I just suggest that you've covered the invasive species, that could be broad, but the Biosecurity Act also covers varmint and varmint control. Could we perhaps add in there that varmint and species, I know species we're probably more directing that at weeds, infestations of weeds in our agricultural land, but I think the varmint side of things is every bit as important. Could we add that, or perhaps, Councillor Shoemaker, would you consider the varmint side of things be included in that as well?
Probably, certainly understand the intent of the question. Probably would like to go to GMO May. In the motion that was circulated to councillors late yesterday afternoon, I understand this motion has been written in alliance with the National Biosecurity Strategy consultation draft, and it does very much focus on the attack on wildlife environment and a way of life, and not one single local government across our nation is free of invasive species, hence the necessity for a coordinated national approach. So I just want to check, maybe we're mixing issues, and just probably welcome GMO May's input, being the research he's done into this particular motion.
General Manager Omar, if I could call on you just to clarify, established invasive species, does that term cover plant and animal species? So if we talk about feral animals, would that be covered by invasive species as such?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my understanding is it would, because when we are talking about invasive species, particularly from a national level, we are talking about both the plant and animal vectors. It even would extend to it, because on a national level, looking at things that are coming from overseas, so things like beetles in wood products and that sort of thing. So it generally does. My understanding is it does cover both vectors. And we could probably include some more detail in the background to the motion. I think the motion covers it, but we could probably make sure we include in the background to the Congress that we are talking about both plant and animal vectors.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Henson, you comfortable with that response?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Shoemaker and General Manager May. Certainly for sure, and just in reading the Act, it covers a broad spectrum there with not just varmint but pests and also diseases. So long as the Act is noted, it's a variety of things, but certainly sure we can get that message across in that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, these are fantastic, and thank you very much for putting this together at relatively short notice, guys. It's much appreciated. But I'm just wondering whether now's a good time to start organising meetings for when we're in Canberra, so we can actually, meet with Minister Coleman and the likes with regards to our issues down there.
Mr. CEO, thank you.
Yes, Councillor, absolutely. The difficulty we will have this year, as you have in any election year, is we're not sure who will be the ministers. So the current appointments will be organised as best we can with who we know. And it's probably, if the opportunity presents itself and we can hook it as both sides, opposition spokesperson and the relevant minister, come May we'll have a clearer understanding, and we'll be standing with phone in queue on Monday after the election to ring whomever we think will be in government. This year is a little bit more problematic with the election in May.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm very happy with the selection of recommendations to go to the Elga conference. I just think that it's a broad brush and it covers off on a lot of the issues that matter to us. I'm really keen to support particularly the one with the water. I think that competitive process, that you can actually apply for something and there's a timeline around it, because to me it's frustrating. Like we put in for the submission for mental health support, the government announces this big bucket of money, and then we've just got to hope that something comes of it. But if it was a competitive process and we could say, well, we've got the highest rate of suicide, and we put a case forward and there was a timeline around it, I think that's something that we need to progress as a way forward. And that's the start there with that competitive process for the water infrastructure, because the same, again, we want Blackbutt irrigators to get support, we want the Barlow Weir, Bramble West project, all of those. It would be great if we could put forward and say, this is our case and it's competitive, and we get a response back, not just hoping that if the government of the day feels it's a political issue that we actually get it. So really keen to support all of the motions, but particularly just wanted to flag that. So thank you for the wording that you've put around that. I think it's really, really great.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, any further speakers? Councillor Froloff, nothing to add. Thank you. Okay, concluding comments, just like to acknowledge the work that you've undertaken, Mr. CEO, you and your team, in providing this. We didn't give you much to work with, but you certainly fleshed that out nicely, and I think you've come up with some very punchy and relevant resolutions based on what are the key issues not just for our council, but for regional councils across the country. So thank you indeed for that. Okay, we'll now go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Again, noting Councillor Jones was absent. I'll now move a procedural motion that the meeting adjourn until 10:45am. Have a seconder, Councillor Henson. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. See you back here at 10:45. We do have a citizenship ceremony for one new citizen. Okay, welcome back. Now move that we resume the meeting at 10:50am. Seconded by Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Carried unanimously. Welcome, Councillor Jones, into the chamber this morning. Good to have you here, and understand you've had some technical difficulties, as does happen from time to time with computers, so good to have you here. Thank you. Okay, Council, we're now going to move on to item 10.4, confirming Council's attendance at the Elga National General Assembly 2022. That's at page 101, where there's a recommendation there from the Standing Committee discussion, which included that the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Potter attend the Elga National General Assembly 2022. I'm not seeing myself as being in a position to attend, Council. So as such, I'll just put forward a recommended motion that the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Potter and Councillor Shoemaker attend the Elga National General Assembly 2022. Do we have a seconder for that? Anyone prepared to second it? Councillor Henson, thank you. And of course, this is obviously subject to the views of council, to your thoughts and feelings on this. Having looked at, we've put forward 8 resolutions this morning to go to the General Assembly, and I think that in those 8 resolutions, we've probably identified the key issues for our region, which I would imagine we will want to advocate for at the General Assembly. We'll want to speak to other councillors about. We'll want to perhaps organise meetings with whoever the ministers may be at that time in relation to those key issues, those 8 key issues. And I feel that Councillor Jones, as our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Potter and Councillor Shoemaker are well positioned to have a good knowledge of those 8 issues across those probably 3 key areas, I think, of council. So I'd speak in favour of the motion on that basis without going on any further. But I'll call for further speakers now. Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just want to make the chamber aware too that I'm in the process of making appointments to have double knee replacement. And I'm unaware at this stage. My first appointment is on Friday, and I'll have a much clearer idea of what the process will be. But I would certainly love to be down to Canberra and represent the South Bennett region. And so, yeah, just to put that out there, but I'll certainly try and work around those dates of the 22nd, I think 20th to the 22nd of June, Mr CEO, if I'm correct, somewhere around there. 19th to the 20th, yeah, but I just in case there may be an issue there for me, but other than that, more than happy to accept to go.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Further speakers, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the nomination and opportunity to represent our community, our region, and certainly our council at the Elga conference. By all means, I'm willing to make myself available to attend. I do think it is really important, as you've pointed out, there are 800 other mayors and councillors that do attend, and I do think it's important that the South Bennett has a strong voice representing our community and certainly those key issues in Canberra. Yeah, thank you for the nomination, and by all means, I'm willing to go and forge some relationships and gather insights and learnings to bring back here to council. So thank you. It's a shame, Mr Mayor, that you're unable to attend.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything further, councillors? We ready to go to the vote on this one? Yep, okay. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.5, Budget Committee Meetings 2022. It's at page 102, and this has been discussed at the committee meeting, and we have a recommendation there that South Bennett Regional Council establish the following committee for the fixed period 1 March to 30 June 2022, with the following membership and chair in accordance with section 264 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. The committee being Budget Committee, membership the 7 councillors, chair being the mayor, conduct budget committee meetings as listed in the 22-23 budget parameters and timeline report between 1 March and 30 June, open to community through live streaming and recording on council's website and YouTube channel, and gallery attendance in compliance with any COVID requirements contained in Schedule 2. That the date and time for the holding of budget committees be on a Friday from 9 a.m. to 12 noon, and that budget workshops for information dissemination to councillors be held in accordance with Schedule 1 attached to this report. That a special meeting of council be held on Friday, 8 July 2022 for the consideration and adoption of the 22-23 South Bennett Regional Council annual budget, and that the June ordinary meeting of council be moved to Friday, 24 June 2022. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff. A seconder, Councillor Shoemaker. Over to you, Councillor Duff, to speak to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy with this recommendation, particularly the order of workshops. I was really keen to see the operational plan workshop first cab off the rank, because I think that sets us up for success with regards to our corporate plan and our operational plan, and trying to take some bite-sized pieces from our corporate plan and put it into that operational plan and then try and resource it. So I'm very, very happy with that order of business, and also the recommendations for the workshops. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Fully supportive of this process, and certainly very passionate about an open governance process whereby we are inviting the community in to have a glimpse into the window, the very challenging window and the very challenging task, and perhaps the most important task for this council each year is to set and lay down the budget. And I know this will be the third time I've been a part of the process, and I really do acknowledge the work that goes in from both the organisation and this council team in bringing down that budget by the 30th of June. It's a massive amount of work, and I really look forward to being a part of the process, and certainly inviting our community in for a glimpse of just how gut-wrenchingly difficult it is to bring down a budget when you know the impacts of that will be felt directly in your community. So I look forward to this process, and thank the team for bringing the report to the table.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, fully appreciative of the meetings and what we've got to get through with all these proposed budget workshops. But as I stated in the standing committee meeting, the timeframes on the Mondays don't suit me due to some commitments I have throughout this timetable. So I'd just like to be noted that in the event of certainly doing my best to attend all of these meetings, there may be an opportunity there, there may be a couple of those meetings where I possibly will either not be able to attend or maybe late if they're going to be on a Monday morning. I stated that in the standing committee where I was supportive of the Monday afternoon, and fully appreciate Councillor Shoemaker's as well. But I just wanted to note that for the chambers, that that timetable in some circumstances may not suit me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, it's great that we've got this timetable put out, but I'm just wondering whether 3 hours a week, you know, from here until budget is actually going to be enough. And I'm quite concerned that we're sort of limiting ourselves with just 3 hours. So I'm thinking that we're going to have to make sure we all put time away to work on this
Just
a lot more than just these 3 hours a week.
Thank you. Point of order. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Potter. It's 3 hours for the budget committee meetings from 9 to 12, and then it's on Friday, and 3 hours for the budget committee meetings on Monday, a full budget workshop, sorry. So it's actually, in fact, 6 hours that we're laying down here on top of normal council committee meetings and council meetings during the week. And by all means, it's my understanding those timeframes are flexible depending on need during those conversations.
Thank you for clarifying, Councillor Shoemaker. Back to you, Councillor Potter. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm looking at the thing and yes, I see what she's saying, but we don't have that every week. It's not every Monday and every Friday, but that's only a list of, according to this, we got the final presentation budget workshop on the 13th of June, but everything, there's only 15 meetings of 3 hours a meeting. And that's really, I personally don't feel that that's going to be long enough for us to work on our budget.
Councillor, I could just respond. Certainly I've had these discussions with our CEO, and it's going to be really challenging to have any more budget committee meetings because of the fact that we've got 4 public holidays which include Fridays and Mondays. So some of the Fridays will be taken out, some of the Mondays will be taken out. So I think we've probably squeezed in as much as we can in terms of the meetings. I think we're hopeful this year that the workshops will be where we actually get to hear a lot of the information, have a lot of our questions answered, so that when we get to the budget committee meetings, we're in a better position to actually move through the process of, I suppose, clarifying our position on each and every one of those budget elements. So I really think if we invest the time in the workshops, that we should see that the committee meetings work more smoothly. Now, if we feel that the workshops need to be perhaps 4 hours rather than 3 hours, happy to consider that. Hearing Councillor Henshin, if you feel that we should start at 10 and finish at 3 and have an hour for lunch in the middle, happy to consider that. But I do want to see us start in the morning sometime, because I don't want to see a situation whereby, as last year, we were running into 5:36 and we had people who'd been here since 6 o'clock in the morning working and they had to get home to family commitments. So I think the earlier part of the day will probably get a better outcome. But happy to make that minor change to the resolution. But keen to hear from all councillors first, I think. Would you like to extend the workshops to 4 hours? Would you like to start later, have a lunch break in between, make that a big day on Monday? What are your thoughts? Mr CEO, any input from you? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, a couple of clarifications. Probably with the workshops, if you just wanted to drop the end time off of it, because they will be. We set schedules for standing committee meetings and council meetings now. Like nominally this meeting today, I'll run from 9 to 12:30. It's inevitable that the standing committees are sort of set as the same. Normally they would take 3 hours, and quite often we go through to 2 o'clock. So the end time isn't the important time. It's the beginning time. For clarification, what we're trying to do is not end up in the circumstances, which I think we're all in agreement, that we had staff waiting around last year for their turn. And so they would put the whole day in here waiting to speak, and then they wouldn't get a turn. So it's just to free up those staff resources, plan it out. We've actually got 2 more formal budget committee meetings than we had last year. We had 8 last year of the actual televised meetings or live stream meetings, which is probably the correct term, not televised. So we've got 2 extra committee meetings. There's 19 weeks between now and when we bring down the budget. We've got 3 standing committees and an ordinary meeting per month. So the policies are being forwarded will come through, I would think anyway, is what I've been speaking about through the normal governance process and through the normal standing committee process. So that'll be picked up. We've got an executive and finance committee meeting every month. So there's the budget will and discussions will inevitably spill over into there, I would think, given. And there's another, so I mean, like, and if on Friday, if we're having a really great discussion, we're not finished till 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, I mean, it happens now. So particularly if, just trying to read there whether I dropped the end date in the workshop or not, but it's probably in the schedule. Yeah, sorry, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I was just thinking, because I dropped the end time off of the workshops as far as knowing that conversations will go on. The Easter period causes a great degree of consternation this year, because the Easter Monday, Anzac Day and Labor Day all very neatly fall into 3 consecutive weeks on the Mondays. There is like a couple of days built in. We've got 5 Wednesdays in March. So we haven't put anything in for the 5th Wednesday yet. So if we're trying to hold a couple of spaces. I suspect there will be a lot of discussion, and knowing this council will put a lot of energy into going through it. So happy, Mayor, in your hands, but I wouldn't be if it was me. I'm not probably hooked up on the conclusion. I've left the time in there as an indicative time for the actual committee meetings themselves. Again, just to give some sort of a guidance when we fill in the calendars. We've got a lot of requests for workshops and information, and just trying to put them all in there. Now, the other one, a little bit of a point of personal explanation too. On point 2, I've taken out from the committee meeting. It was raised again by Councillor Shoemaker in regard to the publishing of the recordings. Last year we did have a few hiccups with it, and actually I was quite neglect last week in my enthusiasm to talk about that topic. General Manager Jarvis was acting while I was on leave, and it sort of spilled over, and some of the things that should have been sorted out before, and General Manager Jarvis did an excellent job of unscrambling some of the egg for me in my absence, and then we got it all sorted out on my return. We don't expect anywhere near those sorts of issues this year, and I was extremely neglect, and if it came across that there was some other issues with that, it wasn't. It was all with me and my office, or my office and I, whatever is correct grammar. But yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that GM Jarvis was a great support in that space last year and helped me very much unscramble some of those technical issues we had, and I should acknowledge that last week.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yeah, duly noted. Further speakers? Anyone who hasn't had a chance to speak on this matter at this stage? Look, probably just in summary, Council, feel free if you want to speak. Councillor Jones, did you have anything to add? Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yeah. Look, happy to hear your comments, Mr. Mayor, that you're flexible on the start times. As Councillor Henson's made aware that he has some, has some issues attending early on Mondays, which is fair enough. So, as he's alluded to, it's not going to be every meeting. So if we can make exception around that to accommodate him to be a part of that, maybe Councillor Henson, you can let us know when and if you are planning, or not planning, but will be incapacitated with your community works that you do. And the other thing, Mr. Mayor, that I want to make mention of, have no problems going through and extending through to 2 or 3 o'clock, but I do have an issue with us sitting there saying, oh yeah, okay, we haven't got much to go, we'll just punch through lunch. If we're going to go 2 or 3 hours past lunch, I think we're entitled to have at least a half an hour break if that's a possibility moving forward, because whether you talk about being worn out and everything in the afternoon, I'm only speaking for myself, but if we're punching through 4 and 5 hours and then we want to continue another 2 or 3 hours without a break, I think it has the same effects on us as people. So I'd like to see that we do acknowledge that if we are going to extend the meeting, that we do acknowledge that we can have a half an hour break and duck out for something needed, a decent break, rather than have a 5-minute race to the toilet and whatever else. So that's just my 2 comments.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Yeah, I'm certainly, obviously, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Duff, but, if 10 a.m. start, I'm not sure. Councillor Henson,
Thanks, Mr.
we certainly want to make sure, we certainly want to try and, as much as we can, have everyone in the room for these workshops, because otherwise we'll have certain councillors who are probably not up to speed as much as others when we get to the meetings. So, yeah, keen to hear. Thanks, Councillor Henson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and totally agree with Councillor Jones. I think a lunch or a break of some part is extremely important for body metabolism and health and well-being. So sometimes the 3 o'clock lunches don't sit well with my belly and backbone, but I've stated that before. Can I just note and bring it to the Chamber's attention, the dates that I'm concerned about is the 6th of May, the 9th meeting on the 6th of May, which is a Friday, and the 6th of May, and the 10th meeting on the 9th of May, which is a Friday and the Monday. My concern with that is, as you're well aware, the Burn-Down Picnic Races is a 100-year centenary this year and that weekend. I'm heavily involved in that and wish to participate, and of course I'm part of that committee, I'm Vice President of that. There's a certain expectation there that, and not only that, I wish to help and support that in every shape and form to the best of my ability. In saying that, I certainly recognise and appreciate the work that's gone into this calendar for the budgetary meetings and workshops. So just let it be noted that that's why I've stated concern about the Monday and the Friday, because I'm sure as you're all aware when you're involved in committees and associations, be it 100 years, it's extremely important. That is the weekends and the dates and times that just concern me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Just on that note, Friday before Burren Down, I imagine, would you want to get in the Friday morning, get the meeting done, and then obviously I mentioned you'd have a big afternoon setting up. Would it suit you to still have a 9 o'clock start on that Friday and get the meeting knocked over before lunch? And then perhaps give you the Monday morning and come back Monday afternoon, so we give you that space. Would that work better?
Yeah, look, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I also appreciate my commitments to that committee. I would envisage that Friday and Monday are almost out for me.
You're out
but
for those.
In saying that, every endeavour will be made. I mean, appreciate it's the 100 year. I am heavily involved in it, have been for my entire life. So I will do my best to get someone to cover for me, but we have an enormous amount being the centenary, and I've stated before, anything that's 100 years in this day and age is certainly very special. So I just wanted to make that noted to the chambers.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone who can't make the 9 o'clock starts for the workshops? Is everyone good with 9 o'clock? Well, what if we were to just leave it at 9 o'clock? Note that we'll note that, of course, we'd run through to 12, and if we haven't concluded the business, we'd have a half an hour break and then resume at 12:30. Is everyone comfortable with that, Mr. CEO? Perhaps that can just be noted. Doesn't necessarily need to be minuted as such. So we'll leave the Schedule 1 as is. 9 o'clock starts, noting that Councillor Henson will more than likely be absent on the 6th and 9th of May. Mr. CEO, just in terms of the resolution, item 3, would it be better if we just said be on a Friday at 9 a.m. so we actually don't lock in a concluding time? That way, if we do need to roll forward into 1 o'clock or something, we can do, and then head on off out after that. So I'm just wondering if we could, then I'll just perhaps be on a Friday at 9 a.m, full stop.
Mayor, I think we're on the same page because the schedule, again, has just taken it to a start time. So, yeah, it's as much as I said, as much as trying to plan around it. So the Mondays we've got the community engagement days. So I've had Linda move on those Mondays, the community engagement days, if we're going to run for them over this period of time. So they'll drop back to 1 o'clock on those Mondays where there's clash. The calendars, I could, if you could have the visual representation of the calendars between now and June, it's very, very crowded, and just forcing space has been part of the issue.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. General Manager Jarvis, will councillors receive information prior to those workshops so that we can have a chance to have a look through it, prepare our questions before we get to those Monday morning workshops? I think that'll help improve the efficiency of the process if we can. Thank
Through
you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And we have reviewed the whole concept of delivering this budget this year, and we've just had a preliminary meeting with the managers and general managers and the CEO by defining the parameters in which we intend to deliver these workshops. Now, from an operational perspective, I believe that the council sitting here at the moment has reached a maturity level far beyond their experience, and therefore we don't need that detail, or I'm assuming, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the amount of detail that was produced to council leading up to this budget, I believe that council has a clear understanding of the background, how we get to that stage. So the workshops that we're planning this year will be short and sharp and to the point, so that gives the councillors the capacity then to ask those questions, and with the workshops being on the Monday, that can prep us then for the Friday then as well when we go into the budget committee meetings to have that extra information. But I'd like to extend an invitation to every councillor sitting here to come, and even prior to the workshops, in answer to your question, yes, we will endeavour to get the slides and the presentations to the councillors prior to the workshops. But this year we have a team, my finance team will consist of Kerry, the Manager of Finance and Sustainability, Maxine, who'll be going on maternity leave shortly after we deliver the budget. Craig will also be there, and I will be part of the team, and we will be bringing Michelle on to, she's another accountant there within the finance team. We are physically going to sit down with every manager and supervisor within this organisation and assist them with developing their budgets, their operational budgets, especially when council gives us the parameters in which you need us to deliver it. But there won't be 18 rates models delivered this year. That sort of thing, you know, like it's just eats away at your time, it confuses everybody. And Councillor Shoemaker made a statement at the Standing Finance Executive Standing Committee the other day that I think resonated with a lot of us, and our team had an individual discussion the other day where Councillor Shoemaker said, this is the people's budget. And we as all ratepayers ourselves, it sort of resonated with us. And so this is what we're setting our budget on to present to council with council's input as well, is a people's budget that will be as fair, and we will just, you know, really look at any savings we can make or any opportunities. But you do know, because of the FAGS grants, the reduction in our funding and that, it's going to be a tough budget. It's going to be a very, very tough budget to deliver. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. Okay, I think Councillor Duff, anything for right of reply before we go to the vote? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, happy to, there's just a few adjustments there, so I'm happy to accept the wording changes. And yes,
Before we go on, Councillor Shoemaker, are you so happy, sorry, apologies, to accept those changes as the seconder? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, councillors. Back to you, Councillor Duff.
yeah, just confirm, reaffirming what General Manager Jarvis has said, if it is to be the people's budget. That's why I'm really keen that we look at the corporate plan, because that corporate plan went out to everybody. It's the whole community looked at that, and then we look at the operational plan that feeds off that and get that right, because I think that we need to absolutely make this the people's budget, and with that corporate plan, the people have spoken, so it's up to us to deliver on that corporate plan long term. So really keen to support this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Yes, thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.6, council, is the monthly financial information report. Now, that one is at page 106, and it's recommended that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, as of 31 January 2022, be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Yep, Councillor Froeloff, thank you. Second, Councillor Potter. Speakers, Councillor Froeloff to open? No, thank you. Comfortable, thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Duff.
Yes, just on the cash holdings, January 2022 on page 107. I'm just wanting, it's got 39.36 million with 25.447 as restricted cash. And I'm just wondering what, just around that, what is our monthly operating expenditure? Is that would be 14 million that we had that was unrestricted. Is that sufficient to meet our 3 months cash flow requirements? Just wondering, about that, only having that 14 million as, roughly 14 million as our workable cash.
General Manager Jarvis, thank you.
So I just can't, through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I can't find that page. But yes, most definitely, Councillor Duff, that is sufficient. And as I explained last time, we have money in a working account as well, and we have just levied our rates, and it depends on our cash flow through the year that if we have commitments that we need to make, we draw down until when we've received other income and there. But that we do meet the our cash ratios repeatedly, so that's sufficient cash for us to meet our 3 month commitment there as per the regs.
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Duff, proceed.
Just got a question on the pool income on page 116. It's under budget, and did we change the contract conditions to have income going to the contractors, because it was predicted that we would have a $43,000 return in the year, and we're currently running at 3,543, so that's a significant drop. Just wondering if you could explain why that's such a small amount.
Yes.
Thank you, GM Jarvis.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yes, councillor, that's correct. I can have GMO may explain maybe more detail of the contract, but you are correct. When we did our estimates based on last year's revenue from the pool income, I believe we've changed contractors, and my understanding of the contract or the impact on our financials is that the operators, they receive the entrance fees, and I think the fees from the also the canteen, but Councillor O'May probably has further detail on that. We just see the financials, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. General Manager O'May.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Yeah, yes, Councillor Duff, you are right there. It was, I think it is a budgeting issue, as well as the issues that we haven't had the Proston pool operating and Wandai was a late start. So there has been impact on the revenue just purely, but it is probably that accounting for revenue versus expenditure. So we were probably budgeting more revenue and less expenditure, but it's probably the issue there. We've had less revenue because that's going to the managers, but then there's been a decrease in expenditure or offsetting that. We could put some stuff around those pool operations, and that's what we would bring back through the budget, be able to demonstrate that through that process.
It's okay. Thanks, GM O'May. Anything further, Councillor Duff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just on there's the irrigator income, it's also under budget. I'm just wondering what the income is. How do we get income from irrigation? I'm just not sure where that money is coming from.
GM Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We received that income from irrigators, as in for irrigating their crops, our avocado farmers and things like that. Our bulk water, which is different, we actually, Toowoomba Regional Council purchases bulk water supplies there too from us as well. So because of those bulk purchases haven't been made, the revenue there from our water has decreased because of that valuable rain that we've received, and the requirement there hasn't been, the usage hasn't been as per previous years in the drought, Councillor.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Yes, I thought that would be the case, but I just wasn't sure where we were getting that income from. And just one final question. Just on page 118, there's 26 million in materials and services. And I just wanted to know, because we had the discussions last year, does this include payments for consultants and contractors? And will this be separated out in the upcoming budget discussions? Because I know there was a lot of confusion about which particular line items were actually for consultants and contractors.
Thanks, General Manager.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. I'm looking at my copy of the statements, not the ones in the agenda. So your materials and services there, you'll see that, yes, to answer your question, materials and services, we do recognise the consultants and the contractors. That's where it's identified in the income statement. And if we will be looking every item within the budget this year, we will be going through line by line as per Council's request to go back to a zero-based budget and modelling like that. So every line item will be there, and we can certainly generate that income, those reports for you, Councillor. Where it's a little bit confusing with your materials and services, you have to be very careful that with contractors or consultants, a lot of that money is capitalised. So when we break it down, it's a portion of the services, we will, if it relates to a capital project, we capitalise that, which is funded through the grants, not through the operational side, through your FAGS grants. So we can certainly give you that information. That's easy to retrieve. And was there something else, sorry, that you did? And just there, it says also in your materials and services, it says there that we're tracking just below our target at 57%, but that's also because we haven't rated, when this report was established, we hadn't rated yet as well there, Councillor.
Thank you, GM. Councillor, one final point.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the answer. Just on that, there must be like when we put forward the projects in the budget and we decide that there must be some process where there's a decision that we're going to need those consultants, and you're saying that some money is going towards capital, some towards operational. Is that just a broad brush of, yes, we think we're going to need this amount of consultants, or is it done specifically on items that we've identified? And just wanted to get my head around how that looks as far as, that budget for those external consultants, because I'm a bit keen to see us, rather than keeping on getting those external consultants, to utilise the existing staff and maybe upskill them rather than continuing to get outsource staff. Thank you.
We might look to wrap this one up. Thank you, Councillor Duff. Mr. CEO, to you first.
Yeah, happy to come back to you on that, Councillor. But are you talking about like when General Manager Jarvison, without putting words in her mouth, are you talking about contractors who come out and we put out a package to Blackbutt Works where we get a contractor in to dig a hole and build a road? There's considerable thought goes into whether we tender out and workloads and programs versus a consultant come and write us a report. So, sorry, I'm just clarifying in my own head so we can answer your question properly. You're talking about just consultants. I'm going to give you some information, write a report, or you're talking about contractors as well that are capitalised to dig a hole and build a road?
More talking about the consultants that just come in and do, specialised work.
Yeah, not work, as in if they're building something or digging something, contracting, or you're talking about producing information and reports?
Like for the QE2 Park, we got a consultant in to do the plans for the park. We just got a consultant, just examples like that. All of those kind of, we seem to be doing it quite often. I'm just wondering how we work out that we need so much amount of money for consultants. Just wanting to know where that comes from.
Okay. Thanks,
Mr. CEO. Thanks, GM.
Yes.
Probably just to wrap up, just clarification for council that when the budget comes forward from that zero-based model, from that, we start at the ground and we work up, we don't work down, we work up, that there will be line items for consultants and contractors clearly visible to councils, full disclosure on that, so councillors can see that detail in the budgets that are put forward in those workshops.
Mr. Mayor, and yes, it's a reasonable question, Councillor, to ask that, because as an example, going forward, it won't be like if whatever council gives us a direction on where, if it may be that we set our budget on a CPI this year, for example, is 3.5%. So if council directs us to set the budget there, or our materials and services based on a 3.5% increase, we will be going through every line item and saying and I'll give you an example of when we did that fuel tax credits there, we will be saying we engaged that consultant to do that thing, but we won't be needing that consultant next year. So therefore, a line straight through that, that's 45,000 we will not be adding into that budget. And then, as the CEO alluded to, any capital projects, or I'm not sure, the funding, maybe Peter may, GMO might be able to help you there, but a lot of the consultants that are used as well are identified in the funding source where they're actually funded there, that consultant may have been funded as part of that funding source to write that plan. So therefore, yes, we do budget for that because we identify that in the plans, and then the same as the capital projects where, again, we know how much is part of that funding for the capital. It's identified straight away. But the other miscellaneous ones, the one-off ones like I'm saying that fuels tax credit, traditionally has just been going on last year's figures and adding your CPI. But it won't, I can assure you, that will not be happening this year. And we will give you, as the Mayor has said, we will give you that information there as there will be no buckets this year, or if there's a gross amount, we will have, through consultation with all the managers and that, there will be justification what that bucket actually contains.
Thank you. Very complete answer. Thank you very much, General Manager Jarvis. Yeah. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, thank you. Question to General Manager Jarvis. So the question that Councillor Duff's posed, would it be fair to say that in the capital side of things, it seems like a majority, probably nearly all, are funded through the grant applications and the funding applications through that side? So and hearing what Councillor Duff has explained to CEO Mark, that would be the consultants that or Councillor Duff's referring to would be under operational, more than likely operational, where they come in, write reports and that sort of stuff for projects that we're preparing. Is that a fair statement?
That's pretty correct, Deputy Mayor. It also, it's not just because it's project-based, it has to be related to an asset to capitalise it as well. So, you know, there's more, it's deeper than just a throwaway line, but basically what you are saying is right. I'll give you the example there that as far as contractors costing us operationally would be like your JJ Richards. They cost us millions every year, you know, in contracts, but they come straight off our general revenue. So that's operational, but they are a contractor. So that's the difference there in them.
And I appreciate that. And some of the work that I've been preparing for myself, digging around and all that sort of stuff, on that operational side of things, I think we're sitting at around about a $6 million spend over the last 4 years, what I can figure or find in my paperwork and that sort of stuff that I have at home in drawers and all over the place. So 1.5 for those consultants a year on average is the information I've got, but I'm happy to be corrected if there's any, comfortable with that. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, that you're pretty on target there. We, over the last 4 years or so, and these are just these are rounded figures, we've spent around 13 million on consultants, and out of that 13 million, we've capitalised around 7 million, just for even figures, and 6 million has been operational. So, and that also affects what flood work we've done, things like, there's a lot of variables within all of that.
Thank you, GM Jarvis. Further speakers? Other councillors? Not at this stage? Okay. General Manager Jarvis, just a question for you. Thank you to Mr CEO for the wonderful work that was done in relation to the transfer of the Lady Florence Bajocki Peterson Private Hospital to a provider who can ensure the provision of those services into the long term for our community. But it's also provided financial benefit for our council and our ratepayers ultimately in terms of taking that asset off the assets register. And I know Councillor Shoemaker raised this as a question in recent times. Can you confirm that the asset will now be removed from Council's asset register? And can you also clarify to what extent we will see a reduction in our annual depreciation, which will be a direct saving to ratepayers as a result of that initiative? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, and I do appreciate the question. I do appreciate Councillor Shoemaker asking that question because the capital expense of 3.288 million did hit our income statement last month, and that was the disposal expense of the asset there, which was the building hospital. And I thank you, Mr Mayor, from your accountancy background, obviously, for asking the question about the savings on the depreciation. So the total depreciation for the asset on the 2021 financial year was 107,749. So that was the expense, the depreciation expense. To date, we disposed of the asset through the hard work of the CEO there on the 1st of December 21, and up till from the 1st of July until the 1st of December, the depreciation expense was $45,840. So if the overall net savings there to council now for the remainder of the period, which we will adjust in our third quarter review that the the Mayor actually highlighted to me to make sure that that was done was is $909. So you might say $62,000, which we do not have to recognise. That we will recognise that as a savings within our third quarter review. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent answer. Thank you very much, General Manager, and thank you for the work that you and your team have been doing and attending to all of those accounting issues in relation to the transfer of the asset, the disposed of the asset. Thank you. Councillors, any further questions before we go to Councillor Froloff to conclude the debate? No? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Certainly appreciate the clarification there. What a great outcome. Just wanted to confirm, so you mentioned the depreciation, the capital expense of 3.288 million. Just want to confirm what that actually entails. So what that, I get that depreciation is an ugly beast that I know many of us struggle to understand from time to time. So I just want to confirm that capital expense, what's actually meant by that? Is that what we budget for over the life of the hospital asset, or yes?
Yes, the asset, the value of the asset.
That's the whole value of the asset, but we can only write off the depreciation component. So the capital expense that's where would I see that change on the balance sheet?
That would be depreciation on the
Okay, great.
If I could
Thank you
just
for clarifying that. I just wanted to get it clear in my head, so thank you very much.
Yes.
Actual asset that was surprisingly depreciation.
Wow. That would be great. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Anything further, councillors, further speakers before we wrap up? No? Okay. Councillor Froloff, any concluding comments? No? Okay. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Yes, got everyone. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.7, financial assistance grants. That's at page 149. This was discussed at the recent committee meeting where a recommendation has come forward to Council that the committee recommends to Council that Council respectfully request that the Local Government Grants Commission defer any decision on the proposed methodology and provide full disclosure on all impacted councils, undertake an independent review to consider and model the impacts on local government financial sustainability, and reverse any allocation reductions under the commission until the Commission engages in meaningful consultation with impacted councils before any final decision is made. That the state government review the operation of the Queensland Government Grants Commission, support Council's Chief Executive Officer in the formation of a working group involving affected councils to make representation to the Queensland Government on this matter, write to the Deputy Premier with a copy to the Premier, Opposition Leader and Member for the Nango expressing our concern and calling on the State Government to review the method by which the Financial Assistance Grants Review was conducted, and also the role and operations of the Grants Commission, and meet with the Member for the Nango and LGAQ Policy Executive. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second Councillor Duff. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker for opening comments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fully support this motion. Think all of those strategies and tactics to try to get our message across on behalf of the people of our region is really important. So I thank the team for bringing this to the table, and certainly the CEO and our executive leadership team for the work they've done in that regard. I just had a question for CEO Mark. We are attending the TSB function tomorrow at Parliament House, and I know there had been some discussion about whether we may be able to make representations while we were there. I guess I'm just broad brush question. I know that was sort of a passing comment, but just keen to understand if there's been any progress in terms of locking in a meeting with any of these key people.
Short answer, no.
No, that's fine.
desire to, but yeah, it wasn't, nothing, unable to be organised for tomorrow.
No, completely understand. Just thought it was opportunistic while we were there. So certainly we'll be keeping my eye out for some of these ministers at that function, perhaps. And yeah, just thank you for the team. This really is going to hit our budget and hit it hard over the coming years. And certainly I think it's just really important that we stand with all 77 councils across the region in sharing across the state, in sharing our message with key decision makers, and certainly those impacted councils in the Wide Bay Burnett that share our same level of concern. So thank you for bringing it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm very supportive of this process. Everyone needs to know this is what the impacts it's going to have on our budget. The review needs to be undertaken so councillors who are most in need of the assistance actually get it. And I'm keen on the working group to come as a united front, but also to meet with our local member, Deb Frecklington, as an advocate. I think that we need to really take the fight up, and that we have that's an opportunity to engage our local member and also the LGAQ policy executive, because it's a big ticket item for us and obviously a lot of other affected councils. So really keen to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Straightforward, yep. Probably just in summing up, observations here before we go to Councillor Shoemaker for closing comments. This is clearly, as we've all articulated before, a $500,000 kick in the guts to the South Bennett people. Delivered through a process which, in my view, is clearly flawed in terms of its really clear inability to apply the criteria which we thought was going to be applied in relation to the socio-economic circumstances of relative regions, the additional costs of delivering services in rural communities, and, of course, the fact that we do indeed have limited capacity to generate own-sourced revenue. Now, to find that our council has the capacity to increase own-sourced revenue, I'm flabbergasted by that. Where they get that from, Lord only knows. Where they get from an assessment that this council has the ability to handle the shockwaves of further socio-economic impacts. Our unemployment rate is well above the state average, double in fact. We have a whole range of issues that this council is now trying to deal with around social housing, community welfare, and the list goes on, mental health, etc., whereby these have now come under the auspices of a council which struggles to deliver core services due to lack of funding. I really share concerns for our neighbouring councils, particularly North Bennett Regional Council, who again, for the life of me, I don't know how they made the assessment that they could take a pay cut. So this is a $500,000 kick in the guts to the South Bennett Regional Council at a time when the federal government increased the FAGS grants to Queensland, and we were hopeful that we would get an increase. But in fact, we've taken another decrease on the back of failure to even give us CPI increases in years gone by. Disappointing to say the least. Thank you to everyone in the chamber who has supported this initiative, and yes, let's go hard on this. Let's not accept it. It's not good enough, and quite frankly, it needs to be fixed, and fixed soon. Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Mayor, I agree with your sentiment that it is a flawed process. In closing, simply the mums and dads, hardworking residents and grandparents of our region just cannot make up this shortfall. I know how hard our council team is working to find efficiencies and maintain and support the quality of life of our residents. And I also know that our rates are a significant economic inhibitor to growth for our region, and that increasing our rates year on year is not an option for this council. It's going to be a challenging process, and I fully support this recommendation, and I may somebody hear our call for support and help. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Councillor. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously with a strong show of hands. Thank you, councillors. Look forward to that process moving forward. 10.8, council, is quote for replacement of one single cab truck with a rear compactor body. It's at page 152, where this matter was discussed at a recent committee meeting, and the recommendation is that council purchase one Superior Pack Fuso 1224 for $232,989.99, excluding GST, from Daimler Trucks, Sunshine Coast and Superior Pack. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. Thank you. Councillor Henson to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as in the standing committee, we went through this in a very comprehensive report with the tenders that were, or the offers of vehicles that were put up for this particular machinery in our fleet. These figures interest me, and the work done by the team on this, as many of our other yellow fleet and heavy vehicles in the council, has been done. As in the standing committee, I made comment about the criteria and the methodology used in going through this selection criteria, and it came out well on top, so fully supportive of this, and look forward. And might also note that the previous machine we had certainly done quite some substantial years of work, and I think the boys out there will be appreciative of a much more reliable and efficient piece of machinery. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Further speakers? Could I just clarify for the community that in the committee meeting it was made very clear, as we know, this council is very committed to local procurement policy. Councillor Shoemaker has put forward a resolution that's been adopted by council that we target towards a 50% spend locally in our budget, and we are working towards that. Our procurement staff one doesn't have to look too far to see that they work very hard to canvass all local suppliers. In this case, this is a specialist piece of equipment that could not be acquired locally. To be clear, that is why we've had to go to the Sunshine Coast to buy this. It is a unique specialist piece of equipment that it would not be commercially viable for a local supplier to be able to deal or trade in, probably other reasons as well, but we had no choice but to go outside. Had it been available locally, of course this council would have seriously considered that. So just want to clarify that for the community. Thank you. Okay, if we're happy with that, any further speakers? If not, councillor Henson, happy to go to the vote? Okay, thank you, councillor Henson. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council 11.1, South Bennett Regional Council, 2122-06, Civil Construction Surveyor Services Preferred Supplier Arrangement, recommendation of acceptance at 161, where the recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council accept the tender from O'Reilly and Unfavia as the Tier 1 contractor for supply and delivery of civil construction surveyor services for a period of 24 months, with a fixed period of 12 months for rates and prices, with the Tier 2 contractor being awarded to Minstaff Survey Proprietary Limited and Define Group Queensland Proprietary Limited awarded Tier 3. Do we have a... Councillor Duff?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that this lay on the table. I don't think there's been enough information provided in this report. There's no, in the financial and resource implications, there's absolutely no figures or any, it just says council engages surveying services which are funded by capital maintenance activities. And this is an example of what I'm talking about, where we're getting consultants. Thank you.
Okay, we have a procedural motion that the matter lay on the table. Okay, do we have a seconder for such? A seconder, councillor? No? Okay. Look, I'm happy to second this. I share concerns that this hasn't come to a standing committee meeting to my knowledge. I'd like to see more information on this decision. I'd like to understand the financial implications, particularly for our maintenance activities. And I'd like to understand more about the people and culture strategy behind this. One of the things that I'm keen to see is that we do, as a council, move towards providing employment for our local people.
Just a point of order, Mr
Yes.
Mayor, we haven't actually moved the procedural motion.
Yeah, no, we haven't. Sorry, I will pull up
I don't
there.
know if we can actually speak to this motion.
No, that's right. You're
I
correct.
would be keen to speak to the motion as it stands, so at this point in time.
Yep, okay, well, pull up there, thank you, indeed. Okay, so we have that seconded. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, so we've got Councillor Duff and Councillor Otter in favour. Those against? Councillor Jones, Henson, Froloff, Shoemaker and Potter. The motion has been defeated. We'll go back to the original recommendation now as read. Do we have a mover for such? Councillor Jones, okay. Seconder, Councillor Potter, you seconding? Thank you, we've got a seconder. Okay, Councillor Jones to speak. Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, I understand your views, Mr Mayor, and all that sort of stuff. We have a number of these things that come through on the odd occasion. And I totally get your comments, but our staff are well aware. They're well aware, and I understand you may be questioning them and all that sort of stuff at different times, and rightly so, that's your prerogative. But me personally, I like to back my staff occasionally and give them the support that they require. You know, O'Reilly, Nunn and Fabian have been, I believe, a preferred supplier for this service for a number of years, and I don't know that they've done anything wrong in that excuse me, in that period of time. Yes, the report is lacking a little bit of information there, but again, I go back that the staff are well aware that this council is watching every move, trying to save every cent. We're well aware of the local buy, all that sort of stuff. So, without elaborating and going into a long-winded explanation, I'm happy to back the staff and the recommendations here and support this as it sits in front of us.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not in disagreement in terms of sending this to a standing committee meeting. I do prefer to have those open conversations and recognise the general is a decision point. So certainly I'm not against your procedural motion. I did just want to have an opportunity to understand this report a little bit further. And I did have a couple of questions in terms of why we actually don't have a surveyor on staff, or do we have a surveyor? And I think I already know the answer to this question, but I'm asking it anyway. So why don't we have a surveyor on staff?
General Manager Brennan.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Otto. In response to that, we have had a surveying officer. Surveying, of course, is a licensed profession. So there are certain aspects that a council staff would rarely do. Very large councils may have licensed surveyors. In our circumstance, I doubt that we would ever have licensed surveyors, but we may have engineering surveyors which provide a level of service. Currently, however, we do not have internally that capability. And that's only a relatively recent situation, thus the need for bringing it for you rather urgently. The reason that there is not detailed information in relationship to it, as these are all professional firms, they're largely, from my understanding, all pre-qualified in local buy, and a number of them on our Felix system, to my understanding. The information that we would have presented to you would be commercial in confidence information. You can be assured, however, that we have gone through the procurement process where we've ranked their capability and the prices, and the recommendation reflects the ranking that came out of that procurement process. So we had presented it in open council rather than as a confidential item. We had also been quite pleased to see our local business ranked so highly, and thus being our preferred go-to. Reason being that it's before council is we do not currently have the engineering surveying capability. Now what that does, to give an example, is when a design is prepared, say, for example, the Blackbutt project, and there is set out on the ground of marks to install electrical conduits so that the light is in the right location. That is actually done using electronic model by an engineering surveyor. So we actually have a relatively urgent need in relationship to be able to do that. Now we could use a local buy arrangement on a job-by-job basis, quite lawfully, with the agreement of the CEO. However, this, I suppose, aimed to get a better value for money. We sought to make a preferred supplier arrangement. I am of the opinion that we will seek to replace our engineering surveyor, but those skill sets are very, very attractive between ourselves and general industry at the moment. So it was not intended to be not providing full information, but it was aimed to bring it to open discussion. And I'd probably seek the CEO's further guidance in relationship to how we might progress it. Certainly work has been done, but it relates to commercial and confidence, because largely we've got licensed, capable people. Some are local, some are not, and we've got their rates. And that's what we would present to you with the ranking that was done by the staff. The way in which you've seen similar confidential reports comparing services quite recently. I think we might have another one today. So that was the background. Happy to take further guidance and advice from the CEO particularly.
Thank you for that clarification, and I would like to put forward a procedural motion that, based on the information that you've just given, that this item be tabled in the confidential section of our discussions today, so that more conversation can actually be had around some of those commerciality challenges of discussing this in open meeting. So in accordance with section 254J of the local government regulation, I would like to propose that this item be addressed in the confidential section of today's proceedings.
Thank you, Councillor. Could you just clarify, Councillor, which item of the regulation you would be relying upon? And read that to Council if you could, please.
Yep. So this matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, F and I of the local government regulation, and the council is satisfied that discussions of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest, as it deals with matters that directly affect matters that the local government is required to keep confidential.
Mr. CEO, could we perhaps call on your counsel in terms of the regulation? We'll just need to be cautious here, counsel, in terms of not breaching any regulations, that we do identify the subsection of the provision in 254J and ensure that there is sufficient grounds for relying on that particular subsection.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just scrambling through. Thinking, so that effectively it's holding over the matter or changing its order. It's been moved in second, so it would be held over till the closed section. I actually kind of agree. Well, not kind of agreed. I agreed with General Manager Brennan, Acting General Manager Brennan, when it came up. We try and push the majority of as just a point of principle now into open council, so that people can hear the conversation. There was financial information in it. I supported the removal of it because what's the difference between buying a Toyota and buying or Nissan and buying and this? This is a very professional service where the unit rates are actually commercially competitive. Yes, buying a Toyota, but price isn't the only pinpoint, and I can go and pretty much look it up on the internet as to what the price of a Toyota is, to use that example. So there are some of these matters where we didn't put it in. I'm just looking, sorry, Council, I won't be too sex.
No, you're right. For full transparency, that is my reason. I'm happy to put forward a motion that we go into closed session now, if that's required, because the matter is on the table. But I would just like to understand some of that commercial and confidence information, and certainly respect that it's not open for public discussion.
Okay, yep. Stands adjourned. Report motion amendment. Report amendment. It's effectively that we're laying it on the table until the closed session. I think that would be that one. And then, I've just... Lynelle, have you got... I'm just struggling to find them.
See the regulation.
Hush. Oh, 25754J, regulation, public participation. Yeah, have you got them on your screen?
We'd need the subsections of 254J, Linnell. Councillor Shoemaker's referred to F and I. I think we need to have those read out to council so they know what they're voting on. We don't want to trip over ourselves here in terms of the regulations.
Yeah, probably, actually, possibly G even.
Yeah, I think I've got the wrong one.
Negotiations relating to a commercial matter.
Yes.
Negotiations relating to a why is that doing that to me? Commercial matter, it'd be G, Mayor, I would think. If you're going, if that was the will of council, is to move into closed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. CEO. Well, if we could just make sure that that's represented on that motion, please, section 254J-G, and then if we can type what G actually says in the regulation, please, for the full disclosure to council prior to voting.
Perfect.
Yep, can we just copy and paste that into the agenda? Thank you. Let's just get that up on screen once you're ready there, Bree. Thank you. That we can hold it over, can't we? Rather than go out in. Thank you, Linnell. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker, is that your motion as presented?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to move that this item be dealt with in the confidential section of this meeting in accordance with section 25J-G, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government.
Okay, we had that motion. A seconder? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones has seconded. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, we have Councillor Jones, Potter, Henson, Froeloff and Shoemaker in favour. Those against? Okay, Councillor Duff and Otto against. Procedural motion has been carried. The matter will now, Mr. CEO, please, can we please move that to the confidential agenda for today's meeting, and we will deal with it when we get to that later in the meeting. Thank you. Okay, let's now move on then to item 13.1, which is at 165, removal of graffiti from structures located on boundary shed with council-controlled land. And this has been to a standing committee meeting where it has been recommended that South Bennett Regional Council supports the CEO appointing graffiti removal officers as per the Summary Offence Act of 2005. A preferred supplier arrangement be entered into for the removal of graffiti from structures located on boundary shed with council-controlled land. The process identified by the Summary Offence Act 2005 be implemented to remove graffiti from structures located on boundaries shared with council-controlled land, and a report be brought back to council presenting a graffiti management policy, operational procedure and a communication plan supporting the implementation of the policy and procedure. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconder Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker for opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel with my fellow colleagues that this is a very important step forward for our community, particularly those members and residents who have been victims of terrible, terrible graffiti. This does actually enable our council to do something about it, which, as I've learned from some experience up in the Fisher Street and Adamant Drive area, that it wasn't simple for council to go in, whilst it was certainly our intent and our desire to go in and clean up the mess. It wasn't simple for us to do that because it was privately owned structures. So this now gives us to have a degree of integrity and certainly support the community's call to have graffiti moved up, cleaned up quickly, and certainly not give the satisfaction to those who commit the crime in driving by and seeing the graffiti every day. So I'm fully supportive of this one. Thank the team. They've really gone above and beyond to bring this to the council chamber, and it's great that we'll have a process in place so that we can quickly respond in instances where our community has been victims of graffiti. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Further comments, councillor? To conclude, if not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? We've got Councillor Potter. In favour, Councillor Potter?
I'm in favour, sorry.
In favour, yes. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 13.2, Council, is the Parthenium weed issue. It's at 167, where, from a discussion at the committee meeting held on the 9th of February, it has been recommended that South Bennett Regional Council work with Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council and write to the relevant minister outlining our concerns with the recent flooding and outbreak of Parthenium weed and asking for their assistance with on-the-ground support and funding. Councillor Duff, if you need to speak, you need to put your light on.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to move an amendment to this, if that's okay.
Yes, you may do.
That South
Move a motion. Sorry, it'll be a motion as such. Yes.
An amendment to the motion, or is it?
It'll be a motion. There's been no motion tabled at this stage.
Okay. That South Bennett Regional Council act on the Parthenium outbreak as a matter of urgency and that we contact Cherbourg Aboriginal Council to work with them and the relevant minister and in contact Cherbourg Council to work with them and the minister address the recent concerns with flooding, to address the recent concerns with flooding and the outbreak of Parthenium. And ask for assistance with on-ground support and funding. I just want to change, it should be as a matter of urgency and in consultation with Cherbourg Council. Consultation with Cherbourg Council, work with them and the relevant minister to address our recent concerns. To change, take that to our consultation with Cherbourg Council and work with them and the relevant minister.
Okay, I think we've got the general intent there, so let's progress this forward. Do we have a seconder? Seconder for such, Councillor Potter, thank you. Councillor Duff, opening comments, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I've got farmers and contacting me. They're very, very concerned about the outbreak. They're saying that it's out of control. The Parthenium has gone to seed. It's just it has huge impacts for the farmers with lucerne and all of that Bayou area. And yeah, I just think that we need to just to write to the minister and just I think we need to raise it as a real issue and of urgency rather than just writing to the minister and asking for their assistance. I think we need to contact the Cherbourg Council and really get a heightened response with this, because it has the impact, the potential to impact absolutely severely on the farmers across that, particularly that northern end of our region with the Baramba Creek and the issues with it getting down that creek and the impact it's already having. There's been spot Parthenium seen even in the town of Mergen. There was actually a Parthenium plant identified, so it's a really serious issue. So I think we need to raise the profile of it.
Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I probably just have a couple of questions. I certainly recognise, as we've discussed here many times before, the importance of managing issues like this in our region. Just some questions for General Manager O'May, if he's online, from an NRM point of view. Yes, I am just trying to understand, and probably my concern is that we have in many ways changed the intent of the motion. So it was certainly to always work with Cherbourg Aboriginal Council to support. We're now talking about action, and I'm probably wanting to understand, what does action actually look like in regards to responding to this? Do we have sufficient resources to act on behalf of the residents in the area? And have we actually undertaken, is there such a thing as an assessment of Parthenium in the area? Is there someone who could actually give us some formal advice as to how the flood has made changes to the existing issue there and actually exacerbated it? So there's some of the things that first come to mind, General Manager O'May.
General Manager O'May, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would I'd like to give Council an update on this matter, because we actually, following the Standing Committee, have taken action on this matter. So we have drafted a letter. We have been in consultation with the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council. They're on board. We have also engaged a helicopter contractor. So we're doing aerial surveillance and trying to map and photograph the infestation at the time. We see that that's going to be a really telling picture that we can use in our advocacy to the state government, as well as determining the extent of the outbreak. We've been in consultation with Cherbourg. We got approval to go over that area and get a copy of the infestation. As Councillor Duff has indicated, it is flowering at the moment, so it will be highly visible from the air. We've gone down the track of that aerial using helicopter surveillance just because of the inaccessibility. We'll be able to track it down the catchment areas where it feeds off. So Operation, we've sort of advanced on that, given the urgency and the need to address this. Cherbourg are fully on board. And then we will look at, that may even indicate we may need to go to some of these areas because certainly along creek catchments of the inaccessibility of some of this, whether we will need to go to aerial treatment in some of those areas. So we've progressed ahead and in consultation. I think our CEO and CEO of Cherbourg have certainly signed that letter. So we're trying to get that initial, so we can paint that picture and put it right in the face of the government. This is what the outbreak looks like, and it's only going to get worse. We also see that aerial surveillance will be able to monitor the effectiveness of a treatment program and do comparisons. So, that's probably where we are at, which I sort of suspect that Councillor Duff is seeking that sort of positive action in that space. So, now is definitely the time to act on this infestation. So hopefully that clears up or answers some of the questions that councillors may have in their head on this matter.
Thank you, General Manager. Back to Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent response, and thank you for your very proactive response to the issue. Just in terms of the action, so do we have a budget allocation for this, or are we, how does this sit us in terms of resourcing?
So we'll be just out of our normal NRM budget. So operationally, we'll be funding this. It's not a norm like we normally wouldn't do this, but we do see the value of getting this information, and particularly accurate information from the air will provide us a lot. Certainly, a quicker way. We could map this on the ground and probably take 6 weeks and never get us and spend twice as much as a helicopter. So yes, it's a high hourly cost, but the return on investment we think is certainly worth it. And certainly some of the pictures of the say Parthenium and bloom around Cherbourg will be really valuable in our advocacy to the ministers and the state government in controlling that. Because down in the Bayou area, if we can't get on top of it in the headwaters up at Cherbourg, then we're just going to be continually chasing our tails in the lower catchment. So, yeah, we are focusing on that. So, yeah, we within our current operational budget, we do see just the need to push ahead with this one, because the further it gets away, then the higher the costs are going to be in the coming years. So, yes, we will spend some spend some money on this one, but yeah, it is probably our real priority for our NRM budget at the moment.
Excellent.
And so that helicopter, I think that's hopefully next week. It's just weather depending at the moment when they can do that. But the guys are onto that engagement, so we can get it ASAP.
Thank you, General Manager.
Excellent response. Certainly recognise the importance of a timely response to an outbreak like this, and certainly appreciate the collaboration with Cherbourg Aboriginal Council and Councillor Duff for bringing it to the table. Fully supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, General Manager O'May. Just in a conversation I've had with landowners, myself, and certainly previous experience with Parthenium, was touched on the subject that, and helicopters are a marvellous way to cover some country quite rapidly, but in the cotton industry, there's a huge use of drones. Now, we ourselves as South Bennett Council have a drone, and I'm pretty sure pretty competent operators of that. Is there a chance to help in that and perhaps curb some expenditure with a helicopter, because they're not cheap? That being said, if a helicopter's there's a huge amount of downdraft from a helicopter, and depending on how close they get to the ground. But I think if a drone and even perhaps a contractor with a drone could be implemented on that could be some huge savings to council and do exactly the same job, and in some circumstances probably a better job. So with that, we could certainly collate all that information and would have a very good case to go for funding or assistance in that. But I'd like to also think that whether the council's drone could be used or a contractor's drone in some shape or form. And as I said, in the agricultural industry, and certainly the cotton guys, drones are a huge asset to them, where they actually fly down the rows of cotton and they do a sensational job, as they do in many other primary production situations. So I'd like to just mention that a drone, I think, would be certainly well worth looking at, and certainly help and assist in that program.
General Manager O'May.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Councillor Henshin, to you, Mr Mayor. Yes, we have spoken to our guys about use of the drone, and yes, they can assist in this. But we do see that we need to get the full picture. Like the drone will need to know where it is, and there's still certainly inaccessible areas. We do see we were considering using the drone for, say, identified areas. We can get the aerial imaging from the zone, because from the drone the officers flying those need to see line of sight. So following it down a catchment will be difficult for a drone. They'll be relocating. So once we've got the overall picture with the helicopter, then there will be certainly areas we will target with the drone, and then we'll be also using the drone to monitor the treatment. So in certain areas where we have treatment, we'd be putting the drone back up, having the before and afters, and trying the effectiveness of the drone. So yes, we are planning to utilise the drone as part of the strategy, but we really need to get that overall picture. We think the helicopter is a way to quickly gather that data, get the extent of the infestation, get some, and we'll be able to follow catchments and down the creeks and that. So fully agree, Councillor Lynch, but it probably be more in that monitoring the success of the treatments and monitoring known infestations. Here we're trying to uncover those where it has travelled to that we're not aware of at the moment, sort of in those inaccessible areas.
Thank you, General Manager.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just got a quick comment. Aren't we lucky we didn't reduce the NRM budget at last year's budget? And fully support this and get into it and attack it, Pete. Well done. Needs to be got rid of for the rural people.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Okay, further Councillor Henson, you've had your opportunity. I think we're going to move on with this. Any further speakers before we go to the vote? Councillor Duff? No? We're going to go to the vote on this shortly. Closing comments, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to thank General Manager O'May for the work that he has already done. Really, really appreciative of that you've really been on the job. So, yeah, just want support for this motion. Thank you.
Okay, let's get this to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 13.3, request for assistance from Wandai Proston Wolves Rugby League Club Incorporated. It's at 168. Where from the committee it has been recommended that authorisation be given for the removal of asbestos sheeting, Wandai Sports Ground grandstand, and re-sheet with water-resistant material, estimated value of $20,500, and that such cost be referred for inclusion in the third quarter capital budget review, and authorisation be given for repairs to damage caused to the internal access road by flooding to the estimated value of $11,000, and that such cost be referred for inclusion in the third quarter capital budget review. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment, well, just move a motion to, on that, in point number 2, just to include, after the word flooding, including doing short-term drainage works in front of the clubhouse. And then also the repairs. Just want to include that in there. In front of the clubhouse, to the clubhouse. Sorry.
Okay, let's just come back. Well, Councillor Duff, you may want to add that sentence after the $11,000 allocation for clarity.
Oh, yeah.
That will only cover the road works. So that would need to have an additional budget allocation in the third quarter review.
So no, I didn't want to. We weren't asking for more money. We're just wanting to the work to include that short-term drainage. Yeah, for the same amount of money. So
right.
That was
that's your motion, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, that's fine. So are you comfortable as presented, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes.
Okay. So you've moved that motion. Do we have a seconder? Yep. Councillor Jones. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Duff. Opening comments.
Yes, Mr Mayor. We met with the Councillor Henson and Councillor Potter and I met with, we had the manager Leanne there, and also the club members, and they were very keen to have that drainage work fixed. And our manager, Leanne, was saying that it was a big costly exercise because we'd have to do hydrology reports and it would be a major capital expense, which they're good with, but they would like to apply for funding for that. But in the meantime, they just want to stop that flooding going into the back of that building because it's just unsafe, and they just don't want to see that happen while they wait for the money for a capital upgrade. So that's why they were keen for us to have that happen, and the manager, Leanne, was supportive of that works. I'd just like to ask a question to Councillor Hench, because I didn't think that the grandstand was included in that 11,000.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Duff, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. But yeah, in our meeting yesterday, like when we stood in front of the canteen, the grandstand and the clubhouse, and when we talked about the road, Councillor Duff, we were talking about trying to include a little bit of a diversion when we do some roadworks there, and a temporary, as you say, temporary, to stop that water going in under the grandstand as well, where we were standing. So perhaps if you consider, just for clarity there, drainage works in front of the clubhouse, and it's only a matter of some extra 50 metres or so where we were having the meeting, the clubhouse, the grandstand and the canteen, that would divert that water off those three. Would you consider that?
Yeah, happy to add that, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You comfortable with that change, Councillor Jones? Good. Okay, so we have that change there, Council. Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I fully support this. With the obviously the Wandai Wolves sporting facility is on a floodplain down there, and happy to support these initial costings, simply because I've seen the Wandai Football Club cop an absolute pasting for the last 3 or 4 years and getting beaten 100-0 in A-grade sides and all that sort of stuff. And those people down there have persisted and persisted for the benefit of the young children in that area, Proston and everything else included, to come in there and have a facility and a club to continue playing their great love of rugby league. So I'm more than happy to help these people in any way, shape or form. And Councillor Henshins informed me that after the meeting there yesterday, the amount of work that new committee's done down there has been exceptional. So I'm more than happy to support this on this proviso, and I'm very happy to hear Councillor Duff say that they're trying to get a grant to upgrade the roads internally, because we can't, because of the location, I don't think that we can continually keep throwing money at that entry. So we need to get some sort of a result that's a long-term solution. But unfortunately, again, we all know that that area is in a severe floodplain when we do get heavy rain. So more than happy to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Further councillors? Further speakers? Councillor Potter.
Mr. Mayor, look, this is an amazing group of people down there, and even over the last couple of years, the different people that they've had running through the rugby league club at Wandai, they've all got their own special things that they're putting forward, and right now the group there is so proactive, and I think the best thing we can do, especially with regards to the roads, is and the flooding issues that they've got going underneath the grandstand, the best thing we can do for them is help them with this drainage, and I think that'll go a long way to moving forward, building that rapport that we have with the club now.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Hensham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, while we were down there yesterday, can I just bring it to the Chamber's attention and to the public? And as touched on, the committee down there, the new committee down there, absolutely sensational. They've got refurbishments done in those showers and toilet blocks there that you nearly don't want to let footballers into. It's an absolute credit to them. Speaking to them, the draw hasn't been done for the upcoming year because North Bennett wants to join the South Bennett competition, which will be absolutely sensational. And they have an enormous day down there on the 9th of April with a fairly important game starting at 2:30. They'd love to get their funding and grants submitted so that in the future they could have night games down there. And as Councillor Jones has alluded to, or wish them all the best. And that facility is looking as good as I've seen it in a long, long time. So an absolute credit to them. Fully supportive of it.
Okay, no further speakers. Councillor Duff, closing comments before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just wanted to, reiterate what's already been said. They are a fantastic group. They're really keen. They've got fire in their belly. They've got lots of activities and planned into the future. Lots of footy matches, and so just really keen to get some action happening on their behalf. Thank you.
Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 13.4, Coolabunnya Sale Yards, revised fees and charges at 169, where committee has, where we have a recommendation here, apologies, that pursuant to section 262 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council amends its previous resolution from the ordinary meeting of 25 January 2022, such that the adopted date of 1 February 2022 for fees and charges to apply be deferred pending a workshop with agents, and that a revised schedule of sale yards, fees and charges be presented to Council for further consideration no later than 30 April 2022. Councillor Duff, you've got your light on?
Yes, I just wanted to move that one. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a mover? Yes, we do. Councillor Duff, in very early. You've jumped out of the barriers quickly. Okay, a seconder, Councillor Potter, thank you. Councillor Duff, opening comments, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that we need to look at what we charge the agents for the use of the facilities, as well as the fees for the sellers. The agents are doing work at the yards on sale day that at other yards they don't have to do. And this is not just about the yard fees, it's also about what we are charging the agents. So I support the recommendation that we sit down with them so we are all on the same page and we get can define the different roles that the agents play and work out an appropriate fee structure.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? No? Okay, Councillor Hitchin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, in a meeting we had in the Coolabunnya Sale Yards Working Group last week, I think it was. There's actually some work to do still in this space, and personally, I think perhaps Council would consider leaving fees and charges as they were until the end of the financial year, so that within the budgetary talks, we could look at that across the board, which has been some great outcomes with those meetings with the relevant parties. And I think it would be beneficial to all involved in that if it was involved in the roundtable conversations within the budgetary talks, that we could perhaps leave the sale yards fees as they were and revise this for the 22-23 financial year. Would be appreciated if that would be considered, because there is some work to do in that space.
Thank you, Councillor. I do believe that the fees and charges workshop for Council is on Monday the 9th of May. And then from there would obviously be a committee meeting following that. So that certainly could be considered. Councillor Duff, it's your motion. Are you prepared to change point 2 for further
Yes.
consideration as part of the 22-23 budget deliberations?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we might just change that then if Councillor Potter's in agreement. Councillor Potter, thank you. For further consideration as part of the 2022-2023 budget deliberations. Full stop. Thank you, Linnell. Thank you, Bree. Okay, Councillor Duff, are you comfortable with that
Yes,
change to
Mr.
your motion?
Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Mayor.
we have that new motion as presented. We have a mover and a second for that. Further speakers? Further speakers? Okay. No? All right, well, we'll go to the concluding comments. Councillor Duff? No? Okay. Councillor Potter? You all right? We'll go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'll now move a procedural motion that we adjourn the meeting for lunch and resume at 1 p.m. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. See everyone back here at 1 o'clock. Okay, we'll now adjourn the meeting, resuming meeting at 1:07 p.m. I'll move that. We have a seconder. Councillor Duff, those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll just note that Councillors Jones, Froloff and Henson are absent. We're just awaiting their return, but we'll proceed nonetheless as we have quorum. So we're up to now, Council, item 14.1, which is assessment of the tender, SBRC 2122-05, design and construct of pump station switchboard upgrade. That is at 171. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move a motion. The council accept AMG Electrical Solutions.
Sorry, my apologies, Councillor. No, that was my fault. Sorry.
Procedural motion.
Yes, I'll now move a procedural motion that the matter be lifted off the table and dealt with at this council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, those in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Over to you. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move a motion that council accept AMG Electrical Solutions tender. If we could just insert the word tender there. That council accept AMG, you're doing a good job, Bree, sorry, tender to undertake the design and construct of pump station switchboard upgrades for the tender price of $885,091.74. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker, opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely appreciate that this tenderer is not the cheapest tenderer that we assessed. However, I have provided here the grounds for my motion. I would like to move the motion based on the grounds that the tenderer demonstrates the relevant experience, skills of personnel working on the project, resourcing and demonstrated understanding to deliver on the tender. The total tender price provided by the preferred supplier is within the current approved budget for the tender SBRC 212205 of $900,000 excluding GST, and the tenderer is based locally in the South Bennett, and these outcomes will support our local economy and increase council's local spend. And as we've discussed previously in this chamber, there's very few instances where council can actually award a tender amount of this size to a local tenderer, and that's largely because a lot of those skills are based outside of our region. This is one of these unique opportunities where we can actually provide a tender to a local-based company who was very, very competitive throughout the process and met the needs of the tender. However, clearly the decision to make the recommendation for the staff was made based on the grounds that a tenderer from out of town was cheaper. And while we have applied, while we understand this means that council will be expending more money on this project, we recognise that this tenderer is based locally, and the injection of funds that this work will bring to our region is really important. So I'm fully supportive of appointing our local contractor in this instance based on those grounds, and fully supportive of council's clear mandate to try and spend more of our ratepayers' hard-earned dollars here in the South Burnett, and I think this is a great example of that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. This is a classic example of being a double-sided sword, isn't it? There would not be a councillor in this room, in this chambers, that's not supportive of certainly supporting local industry to whatever extent we can. But we have policies in place where within tender documents up to $200,000 and over $200,000 and guidelines within that. This council's fairly committed, not fairly committed, but I believe very committed to saving our ratepayers as much money as we could possibly spend. And yes, the skills of the personnel may be. The process through the team with the tender process in this particular case went through with a fine-tooth comb, as they do in each and every one. And when we see the variance there in supporting local against trying to save ratepayers some money, I think if we can come in, regardless of whether it's within the allocated dollar figure in the budget for that, if we can save money, I'm pretty sure it would be greatly accepted. I'm also sure that if we went around the South Bennett and spoke to our providers of the economic benefit, and again, there's both, but I'm sure our pubs, clubs, motels, eateries would certainly appreciate them being filled with contractors. We know it's extremely hard to get contractors and tradesmen because everybody's so busy. There's a large variance there, and I struggle with this one as much as I don't know anyone involved in either of these companies. We have an outside tenderer and we have a local tenderer, which is sensational. But in the interest of saving our ratepayers money, and the other company, and the methodology used came out only some small percentage, but came out a little more qualified. That being said, I'm sure AMG Electrical Solutions are every bit capable as well, but I just struggle with this because of the dollar value here, and we're hell-bent on trying to save money, and we've got a budget to bring down, and there's a fairly major variance here, so yeah, I'm really struggling with this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I'm supporting Councillor Shoemaker. I absolutely support the local. I think that sometimes you can be a penny wise and a pound foolish. If you look at the amount of money that this will generate and jobs in our region, it's worth, to me, the difference. And we spend a lot of money, and we have over the course of years and years of council, on economic development. And if there's ever an opportunity to promote economic development and getting some local support, like local buy, we need to walk the talk. This is an opportunity to support a local business. There'll be lots of jobs, lots of dollars generated locally. I think if you ran a poll across the region, they'd be really keen to support local. I mean, I get hammered all the time about not supporting, like this council, getting contracts outside our region, not giving locals a chance, all of that kind of stuff. I think that this is an opportunity for our council to support a local business and 100% support our economy and the amount of jobs it's going to generate. It's a big figure, and I think it's well worth it. Thank you.
Councillor Froloff.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm all for supporting local businesses, but not this time. I'm sorry, Councillor Shoemaker, you said before that losing the FAGS grant's going to put a strain on our budget. Well, I can't see you've given a local tenderer an extra $130,000 I worked out because they're local. I find it very unfair, and you've all stated that this is the people's budget. Well, I don't see that we are doing the people's budget here. We're just we're arguing over another contract before that was a local supplier. I cannot go, I'm sorry, and AMG has had work with council. We do give them work and that, but I am not for giving them an extra $130,000 because they're local. And Councillor Duff, you just stated that there will be bringing business into our area. So will the other ones from Brisbane. They have to come up, they have to live, they have to eat, they have to stay, they'll bring their families up. These ones are local contractors. Yes, they will use the money in the area, but so will the ones from Brisbane. So I cannot support this.
Further speakers? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Apart from this going against our own policy, I'm a little bit concerned with regards to the amount of money, and I really wish this was in the open session earlier. But I just feel that it's over the. I know a mistake was made with regards to the tender application, but either way, it's still over that 5 and that 10% with regards to our policy, because our policy said if it's over 200, it's 5%. But I think we said 10% in the tender application. That's fine. But the fact is, if you take out the amount of money that the Brisbane company is going to spend in the area, that even downs, like I'm just trying to understand how the local company is $130,000 more than the out of town company. As much as we all want to support local, this has been one that I have struggled with over the last couple of weeks, and it's really this one's literally killing me. But yeah, so this is something we have to consider whether we're going to go against our own policy. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to confirm that we are in open council. Councillor Potter, all councillors, we are in open council, and this matter is being dealt with in accordance with the original agenda. Okay, further speakers, Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And I've heard all the comments, and I want to acknowledge that there is value in everybody's comments. There's pros and cons on whichever side you sit. As you're in that interest, or the Teams meeting or whatever that we had there a week or so ago, I certainly made my feelings about being concerned about supporting this and the reasons why. I said then that, yeah, okay, I'm willing to give it a go and support this one, but since then, it's been touched on. We're losing $500,000 a year in fags. I'm going to chair an RRTG meeting tomorrow where we're going to lose more funding on roads and a hit on our budget. The final figure, I can't give it to you today. It hasn't been confirmed for sure. Now, that's going to have ongoing effects, because in that TIDS funding, we have projects that we probably priced up 2-3 years ago and put in and costings and all that. Well, we're going to have to reset that and reschedule and reprice and re-estimate everything in those roads for TIDS funding and the fags and all that sort of stuff. We've had, sitting here this morning, I've listened to a lot of commentary around how tight this budget is, what we've got to do when we can't afford to lose this, and I appreciate the Mayor's comments in regards to taking it to the state government and fighting for this $500,000, and he referred to as a kick in the guts. It is a proper kick in the guts, and we, as representatives of the people of this region, ratepayers, I think have to be responsible. Now, $130,000 is a significant increase in rates. Now, we can sit here and say that we will, not sit here and say, but we will be looking strenuously, as we have done in the last 2 budgets, trying to find savings internally and everywhere else. But in saying that, the Councillor Shoemaker and I had conversation around the 29 weeks from the outside contractor to the 25 weeks. That's in their budget. That's in their tender price, that extra 4 weeks. Now, we have concerns, there's variables. Currently, it sits at $130,000. I'm not saying it will, but it has the potential to blow out and be a bigger difference. And I'm not saying that the mob from Brisbane won't use their variables or something might happen. But again, it's monetary. I know that this budget, we're talking a 3.5% rate increase now just to cover off on what we've been hammered with. To me, if we can reduce any impact in that saga and bring it down by half to 0.75%, which that figure is sitting around, I think that's where I sit. And Councillor Hanson and everybody else is touching. I don't think there's a councillor in this room or a person in this organisation that wouldn't want to support a local person. But at $135,000 with the possibility of a variable increase on top of that, it's a significant value. If it was down around that 50, 60, it'd be easy to swallow or easier to swallow. But at 135, just too big a gap for me, I'm sorry, and I'm happy to cop the criticism from certain aspects of the public, but as I know I will, and the decision that's made here today, I'm happy to accept whatever the chamber decides. And but yeah, just at this present moment, I can't. Like I say, from the last meeting to this meeting, I've done a lot of work on this, and probably as much work as I've ever done on anything that's come to me in front of council in the last 6 years. And I've tried, and I just can't get over that $135,000 discrepancy. So I'm sorry, I won't be supporting that today.
Okay, thank you, councillors. I'll just provide some summarising comments and then go back to Councillor Shoemaker for closing comments before we go to the vote. Just want to clarify that the $130,000 extra is capital expenditures. So it's important that we don't. I really hope that I've got councillors' attention on this. That councillors, that's capital expenditure. So while we're taking a $500,000 kick in the guts on fags, that is very much our OPEX. So that will affect our deficit. This doesn't affect our deficit. This affects our capital budget, our capital expenditure. Now, we do have the $900,000 already budgeted for, already accounted for. We won't need to necessarily increase the rates to cover this because it is already in the capital budget. And in terms of that capital budget, which is about, $35 million, this only represents 0.37% of that capital budget. 0.3, that's less than half of 1%. So I think, I'd like my colleagues to see that in that context. I'd be pleading with everybody to support this because I do believe that this, yes, it's great to have contractors come to town, but the long-term benefits of keeping locals employed, the long-term benefits of keeping young people in apprenticeships, that's what this supports. And we need, we've got a high unemployment rate in the South Bennett, 12, 13%. The state average is 6%. These sorts of things can help bring that down or help stop it from rising. And I think we've got to focus on that. And I think it's really, really important that as a council, we do have to weigh up, are we saving money? If this was hitting our OPEX and our deficit, yes, I'd be concerned. But it is already budgeted in the capital budget. All I can do is say that I wholeheartedly support this. I know that I'm the frugal accountant, but in this case, I can see the economic benefit of keeping young people, keeping people employed in our local town. It's very rare that we get an opportunity like this to give a contract to a local, a big capital contract. And look, I'm pleading with my colleagues to support it because I think it is a responsible decision. Our corporate plan that we adopted, we talk about policy, our corporate plan is our biggest policy. It talks about local buy and our commitment to local buy. We resolved previously to set a target of 50%. We have a rare opportunity here to tick some boxes in relation to that stuff. And I really hope that we support it. I'll finish there. Over to Councillor Shoemaker for concluding comments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely agree with your statements. And I absolutely respect the views of the chamber. And by all means, I acknowledge $130,000, $1, every dollar means something to our budget. I absolutely get that. But as a small local business owner, I can see it from the other side. And I can see what an investment like this actually means in a region like ours. So I have a couple of points to make. The first point is that the tender process was fair. It is a large capital contract and a very rare opportunity for this council to actually provide a large capital contract to a local business. Number two, I'd like to point out that it's very important we don't mix funding streams. As the Mayor has said, this is a capital budget expenditure item that has been budgeted for. This is not going to impact on our operational deficit or what we charge our ratepayers rating charges. Number three, I absolutely agree with Councillor Duff's statement that we have to walk the talk. We have to demonstrate leadership in this space, and we have to acknowledge that for small business, that it is challenging for small businesses in our region to equip themselves to apply for tenders like this. Number 4, Council has the grounds to override their policy and make this decision, and I've explained those and they are noted here in the minutes. And in closing, number 5, this is about building capacity of our local contractors, our local tradespeople, and generating long-term benefits in our region. And I just can't encourage you enough to just see this for what it is. It is a rare opportunity for this council to award a large tender to a locally based contractor. And I think in all of my heart that that is certainly something that should be a key priority of this council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. We'll go to the vote on this now, councillors. Those in favour? Councillor Potter, Councillor Duff, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Otto in favour. Those against? Councillor Jones, Councillor Henson and Councillor Froeloff. The motion has been carried, 4 votes to 3. Thank you all for a very well thought out debate. Thank you, council. Let's now go on to the next item, which is 14.2, the Yarraman Waste Facility, which is at page 173. This was discussed at a committee meeting where it's recommended that the response to the question regarding proposed Yarraman Waste Facility raised by Councillor Shoemaker be received and noted, and that council further investigate, that further investigations be conducted with the Toowoomba Regional Council regarding the disposal of waste by residents of the South Bennett region at the proposed new waste facility located at Yarraman, and a report be brought back to a future standing committee meeting. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Seconder, have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Duff, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker to speak, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fully appreciate that there is some groundwork to do here, but I think this is an opportunity to partner with our neighbouring council, and I look forward to the report that certainly the team brings back, and any opportunity for us to cut our own costs locally, but still provide that same level of service to residents across the region, regardless of where they live. And I think this could be an opportunity for that, but certainly appreciate there's a lot more work that has to happen in that regard, and hope that we can collaborate with our neighbouring council for benefit of both regions. So thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Further speakers? Anything further to add to that? No? Happy to go to the vote? Yep. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 14.3, application for funding under the 2022-2024 Local Government Grants and Subsidies Program. That's at page 174. And again, this was discussed at a committee meeting where the committee has recommended the South Bennett Regional Council apply for a grant under the 2022-2024 Local Government Grants and Subsidies Program, Capital Expenditure Project category for the Way Bridge at the Nanango Waste Facility. Do we have a mover? Yep, Councillor Shoemaker. Second, Councillor Froeloff. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great opportunity for our region to certainly access some of those external funding streams, and certainly we all recognise that the Way Bridge at Nanango Waste Facility really is around meeting the statutory requirements of the government. I am just wondering, at the committee meeting we did discuss, and if GMO May's there, I did just bring to the table the opportunity through the local government grants and subsidies program to apply for up to $250,000 for a non-capital project. And certainly this week I've been engaging in the Climate Resilient Council's training and forum, and I just see it even more and more important that we are looking for ways for this council to develop and evolve its waste strategy, its strategy for resource recovery, and certainly its strategy for climate adaptation. And I just wondered if there had been any further investigations, GMO May, about the opportunity to leverage those non-capital funds for a strategy.
General Manager O'May. Thank you.
Yeah, it's through you, Mr. Mayor. The short answer is no. Yeah, I have not progressed that at all. Yeah, certainly missed that one. So up front, haven't progressed it. Sorry.
No, look, I completely understand. I'm mindful it's a unique opportunity to apply for a significant amount of money, but I am also mindful of the deadline. So the deadline for this grants program is the 4th of March, General Manager O'May. I'm just wondering, and I don't want to put an impost on your team. I just see it as an opportunity and wondering what your thoughts would be in terms of actually putting forward an application for a strategy under that non-capital project stream.
Thanks, General Manager.
Yeah, it's through me. So yeah, we could probably, with council's indulgence, try, because we're trying to get it by the 4th of March deadline. We'd need a resolution to council. So if we could put something together, if council would accept a late report to the Infrastructure Standing Committee for next week, we could probably get the resolution on the book. So yeah, probably through you, Mr. Mayor, and the CEO, if that council would indulge that, we could certainly try and bring something forward for that meeting and get the application together. We have got a further, but it's a capital project later in the agenda to put forward under this project. But yeah, just haven't progressed on that operational side.
Thank you. With that information, I would like to propose an amendment to the motion. So I'd like to move that South Bennett Regional Council apply for a further grant under the 2024 Local Government and Subsidies Program Capital Expenditure Project category for the weighbridge at the Nanango Waste Facility, and then just and if you can enter down, Bree, that South Bennett Regional Council, and I appreciate this might be a second motion, so that South Bennett Regional Council apply for a non-capital grant under the 22-24 Local Government Grants and Subsidies Program for a waste management, resource recovery, and climate adaptation strategy up to $250,000 to engage my apologies. That South Bennett Regional Council apply for a non-capital grant, the 22 grant subsidy program, to engage a specialist to develop, and then get rid of 4, a waste management, resource recovery and climate adaptation strategy up to $250,000. Regional Council to engage a specialist to develop, just maybe a comma in accordance with the key actions of the Queensland Government's waste strategy. My intent there is just to acknowledge there is state government policy for this, which would inform, hopefully strengthen our ability to apply for funds.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Just sought counsel from our CEO, so we will deal with that as a second motion, as the councillor has acknowledged. We'll deal with the first motion. We have a mover and a seconder on it in relation to capital grant for the Nango Waste Facility, and then we'll get this motion up for debate as well once it's seconded. So if we can come back to the first motion, council, further speakers in relation to the first motion? Application for the Nango Waste Facility. Okay. All right, no further speakers. Councillor Shoemaker, closing comments before we go to the vote. Okay, let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. If we could now go to Councillor Shoemaker's proposed motion. We have that moved by Councillor Shoemaker. We'll now seek a seconder. We have a seconder for that. Councillor Duff, thank you. Okay, over to you to speak to the motion. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly I acknowledge in the funding guidelines we would have up until 2024 to actually complete this parcel of work if we're lucky enough to get the funding to proceed. I've just seen how much can be achieved through the National Water Infrastructure Development Fund funding through the feasibility, pre-feasibility, options analysis and business case framework that certainly I know the state government respects. And I think there is a giant opportunity for this council that in sitting in the Climate Resilience Council's training for these last couple of days, I've recognised, certainly by all means, I recognise we're a regional council and we have a lot of challenges on the table, but I also recognise, some of the really innovative work some of our other fellow regional councils are doing, and the opportunity to learn from some of those bigger councils. And certainly Brisbane City Council's made a commitment to go carbon neutral in time for the Brisbane City Olympics, which is incredible. By no means do I'm a realist. I know that we can't achieve that, but I do think there are tangible, practical things that we can achieve, and we simply don't know what we don't know. And this would be an opportunity to bring some of those expertise to the table, to work with our dedicated and highly skilled waste management team and environmental specialists, and together with the organisation carve out a strategy for the future. So I'd be very keen. I recognise it's a short time frame, but to work with Councillor Froloff, because I do recognise the opportunities to create a circular economy and recover resources, which will become all the more important as into future generations, and certainly to support the communities team to achieve this by the deadline. So thank you, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity to table it today.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Anything further, Council? No, probably just in summarising, ticks a lot of boxes, doesn't it? In terms of number one, we really do need a strategy around this. Clearly, as Manager Patch and our new managers are shared with us, just this waste, the landfill issues, the waste levy costs that we're having, we do need a strategy to reduce the amount of waste and how we manage it. Our partnering council, our sister council, Sherburg, are doing a lot of work in recycling. Maybe we can start to tap into some of their learnings and start to look at how we can partner more closely with them. Maybe this can investigate those options for us. And of course, if there's money on the table, why don't we have a go at grabbing it? So I'm fully supportive of this. I think it's a great initiative. But anyway, we'll go. Councillor Shoemaker, anything to wrap up before we go to the vote? No? Okay, we'll go to the vote then. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, next item is 15.1, application for funding under the 2022-24 Local Government Grants and Subsidies Program, Blackbutt Hall. That's at page 175. And the recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council apply for a further grant under the 2022-2024 Local Government Grants and Subsidies Program, Capital Expenditure Project category for the re-roofing of the Blackbutt Hall. Do we have a mover? Yep, Councillor Jones, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Henson, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Jones to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. This is clearly a straightforward thing. I believe it's that we support this resolution or motion that we have here today. It was identified in 2018 that it needed work. I attended a meeting in Blackbutt on Friday afternoon, and the people who are looking after the hall down there are doing a wonderful job, and it's being utilised more than it ever has been in probably as long as I've ever been alive. So it's certainly a need to be certainly work to be carried out. So it's similar to the modular hall roof, needs replacing, need fixing up. So yeah, pretty straightforward.
Thank you, councillor. Further speakers, councillor Duff.
Yes, Mr Mayor, just keen to support. I agree. We've got community using it, and we need to support these key infrastructure facilities for these community groups. So I'm really keen to support it.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, absolutely agree with the sentiment. Just had a question in terms of how far we may actually be able to stretch this, and just seeking some advice from General Manager O'May around the work that's been done. I know late last year I attended with Councillor Jones and Councillor Potter the Blackbutt Singers concert at the Blackbutt Hall, and certainly heard the voices of angels. So amazing. And you know, at that hall, I saw a very connected community. I saw people from all over Queensland come back to Blackbutt to connect with the singers group for their anniversary. And a common discussion around the room was the fact that it was so hot, and we had such elderly people there. And could council investigate air conditioning? And so my question, General Manager O'May, and certainly I admit I have not read the whole funding guidelines. I appreciate that this project is estimated to be 186,000. I'm just wondering if any work has been done in terms of understanding what the cost of air conditioning the hall would actually be, and if there's an opportunity to bolster this application. Completely understand it may be a little greedy, and by all means, the money for the roof is really important, but just trying to understand if there is that opportunity or work that's been done that we should consider in this application.
Thanks, General Manager.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. So this project is one that's in Council's future capital works, and why we've brought it forward is it's already in Council's capital works. The local government grants and subsidy program is a 60% funding, so it's not fully funded, any of these projects under this, so Council's still got to put the 40% in. So the rationale behind putting this in was at least we could get 60% towards a project that is already in future capital works. If we go adding air conditioning or anything, it would change the scope of it. It would increase the cost. Yeah, that probably just, yeah, there would be some work to pull that together. One of the things, yeah, the roof replacement, because one of the things we looked at as part of this is the installation of solar panels. And the recommendation from the engineering wasn't that we don't put solar panels, given the structure of the roof. It would, require significant upgrading. So I don't know if the air conditioning, if we're putting additional load on the roof, whether it changes the project significantly. So that it really hasn't been looked at. This one we just saw as an easy one because it's shovel ready. We could put into the grant because it's already been scoped up and designed. And yeah, if we wanted to extend it out, it would change the project. And I was sort of probably concerned it would change structurally depending on how the air conditioning, whether it was ceiling mounted and that. So probably the other point on the local government grants and subsidy program, this will be a second project in the capital project, and generally, like you are to prioritise projects. So yes, while it's not discouraged you can't just put one project, you can put multiple projects in, but feedback is often that, they will normally run through a list of priorities. So,
No, thank you.
Sure, so it's probably at Council's direction whether you do want to look at extending but it will extend Council's contribution beyond what the initial capital project we had.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just wanted to have that conversation and understand the work that's been done, and certainly appreciate the additional context and your very valuable advice. So in this instance, I'm happy to support this motion, but I guess in my mind, I'm also thinking if we are successful, there may be capacity in those future capital works to actually do the air conditioning instead of the re-roofing project. So it could be an outcome in the longer term anyhow. So thank you for the work on this. I'm fully supportive.
Further speakers? Councillor Potter, you're okay? Yep, no further speakers. Okay. We'll go back to Councillor Jones for closing comments and we'll go to the vote. Nothing further? Okay, we're good to go to the vote then. Yep, okay. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks all. Next one is 15.2, Building Better Regions Funding Application for Monjaw Hall. It's at page 180. We've got the officer's recommendation from the Standing Committee that South Bennett Regional Council supports the Monjaw Hall Committee in their application for the super round of the Gambling Community Benefit Fund for the roof, notes the call for tender for the restumping and commits to a percentage allocation of the remaining unallocated Works for Queensland funding to contribute to the restumping and the final amount confirmed upon the conclusion of the tender process, does not progress the Building Better Regions Fund application, and investigate and seek to implement a formal arrangement with the Monjaw Hall Committee that supports any future lease agreement in relation to the ongoing management and maintenance of the facility. Do we have a mover? Mover? Yep, Councillor Shoemaker, second to Councillor Duff. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Potter, I keep missing you. I'm a bit slow. Okay, well, we'll go to the debate on this. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker, did you want to open the commentary on this? Thank you.
Just certainly, I appreciate the work that's gone into getting us to this point, and I know we had a long discussion in committee meeting. This was not by any means an easy decision. However, I fully respect the Monjaw Hall and the Monjaw community. Sorry, I should say. I fully respect the Monjaw community and the value they place on this hall and their commitment to maintaining it. As expressed, I do have some concerns about the maintenance into the future, and I do think that these bedding down the lease arrangement and being very clear in terms of who the expectations for the committee into the future and the expectations for council will be really, really important. I understand there's a process to that, but in closing, I would like to acknowledge GM Peter O'May and certainly Manager Leanne. I know who have been at the table with the Monjaw Hall Committee for some time and working to progress this. It's not an easy decision, but I do think after we threw it around in the chamber and certainly appreciate the opportunity to do such, that in my mind it's the right decision. So thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Potter? Haven't heard from you for a while. You're okay? Very good. Sorry about that. Okay. Further speakers? Any further speakers? No? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Yeah, just would like to reiterate that in relation to the lease arrangement. You know, these halls are fantastic things in local communities, and as you know, I'm heavily involved in quite a few of them. And it's a very, very important thing, the ongoing management and maintenance of the facility. And it's so sad to see such a beautiful big old hall that for some reason, and that's history, has been and is in the state that it's in. So, yeah, look, hopefully we can move forward with that and Monjaw ends up with, in the long term, a wonderful facility down there. But again, my concern is making sure that the management and the upkeep on that facility keeps it in that and moving forward. It just improves that community and becomes a bit more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further councillors, further speakers? Councillor Duff?
I just wanted to just say that the Monjaw Hall Committee are really keen to take on that lease, and they're very passionate about the hall and wanting to work with council. And as Councillor Shoemaker has said, it's been a long process, but I think we've got it right now and we're setting them up for success. So I'm really keen to support this. So thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing further, Council, Councillor Shoemaker, closing comments before we go to the vote. Okay, we have none. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Yep, carried unanimously. Thank you all. 15.3, appointment of real estate agents at page 182. And the recommendation from the Standing Committee is that South Bennett Regional Council enter into a contract for the provision of real estate sales services with Wandai Real Estate, Master Key Realty, Aussie Land and Livestock, and Main Street Realty. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, yep. Seconder, Councillor Potter, I've got you. Thank you. Okay, we have it there. Councillor Duff to speak.
Really keen to support this. I'm really pleased that we are actually not just centralising our real estate agents, but we're giving them all the chance to actually work in their own towns. That's supporting local and supporting local, because we're actually, instead of just centralising it into one area, we're looking at supporting individual towns. So really keen to put this forward and support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? No, we're comfortable with that. Just want to say thanks very much again on behalf of Council, General Manager O'May, to you and your team, and to General Manager Jarvis and her team over in procurement. It's good to see we've got 4 local companies, 4 local businesses spreading our real estate services across the region. Thanks for your work. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, everybody. 15.4, request for support to install a big avocado in Blackbutt. That's at 183, where the committee has recommended that South Bennett Regional Council accept for information the request and supporting documentation provided by the Bloom and Beautiful Blackbutt Festival Incorporated, and a letter of support be provided to the Bloom and Beautiful Blackbutt Festival Incorporated to pursue additional external funding to progress the design, construction specifications of the big avocado in Les Muller Park, Blackbutt. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconder Councillor Henson. Speakers, Councillor Jones. Thank you.
Yes, Mr Mayor, this is just another indication of the Blackbutt community getting together down there. Noting the fact that avocados have certainly taken front and centre of everything that's been grown around Blackbutt. There's other things that are happening down there, but the avocados are certainly front and centre. So this will just complement the big peanut and Kingaroy, the big bull on the corner at the Nango Showgrounds. There's talk of Wandai's mate going into Wandai. So it's just, funnily enough, how it's all unfolded. It's starting to make a little, or well, if they get this up and going and the big avocado comes to reality, it's just enhancing the big trail through the South Burnett. So hopefully the rest of the towns will continue on, and who knows where it'll stop. So yeah, these people down there, they're very driven, very motivated, and the avocado, which I never thought I'd be standing in front of anybody saying, is the front and centre of Blackbutt, Banarkin areas at the moment. So yeah, happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? No, we're all comfortable. Nothing to close off with, Councillor Jones. Happy with that. Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 16.1, Federal Advocacy Action Plan 2022. It's at page 184. 184, is it? Yep, sorry. Okay. 184. I'm just missing my page. Oh, here we go. Okay. So from the committee meeting, it's recommended that South Bennett Regional Council review the draft Federal Advocacy Action Plan 2022 in collaboration with TSB. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker. Seconder? Councillor Potter. Okay. Speakers, opening comments. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to certainly acknowledge the work CEO Mark's done on the Federal Advocacy Action Plan. In our opening meeting, being that we've just become members of TSB, it was very kind of the TSB group to help us with graphic design and advocacy, and to provide some support and advice. And they advised in that meeting, which some of my colleagues did attend, that they would be willing to offer some support, and that we would only get out what we put into our membership with TSB. So the reason for bringing this to the table is I think I can certainly understand and appreciate the strain put on executive services since we have lost some positions, and the importance of getting this right in the lead up to the federal election, and certainly acknowledge the work you've done, Mr Mayor, from an advocacy point of view in the state arena, and would just like to see us go forward to the federal election with a really strong and united story, and to be really clear in terms of the things that we would like to achieve. And I can see through the draft plan that we've put together, it's a great combination of all the things that are on Council's mind, but I think we've got a little bit further to go in terms of how we may, what opportunities there are to actually extract government funding or support. So I think our action plan needs to be more targeted on the things that we want to achieve and the things that align with federal government policy. And just noting that TSB has extensive resources in that health and resources and energy space at the moment, and a clear focus on those things and a willingness to help us. I think it is a great opportunity to be at the table and to gather their insights. So I recognise we're on a time frame, but I hope that if we can work together and put forward a united front, we've got a really great opportunity in the lead up to the federal election. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr CEO, just a couple of questions. One, just to confirm, will there be any costs to Council for this? And how, if we resolve this today, how quickly could we perhaps get to the point, do you think, where we could have the advocacy plan finalised, ready to go out to the federal government? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Up until, no cost. The offer was the offer that I understand through TSB was to assist and advise. They won't do the advocacy for us, to the best of my knowledge. It's just a review. It's like we'd use any other agency, but yeah, absolutely no cost. And up until this point, we've pretty much put it together on a smell of an oily rag as it is. So yeah, so we haven't engaged anyone there's been no outside assistant engaged or costs engaged with it. Time frame, move on it as very quickly. It'll have to come back to the meeting cycles, but even if it comes back through the standing committee process, we'll continue to action it as quickly as possible so we can get it in front of the people we need, which includes our local members, opposition parties, candidates. The further and farther it goes, the better. But yeah, so as soon as possible is the outcome, and no cost to talk to TSB.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just thinking that we need to add some timelines around this. I'm concerned that we need to get this to the candidates and the federal members, and so but I also think that while TSB is that they have a role, we also have Rainmaker, and I think that they're more of the political strategists, and whether they should be involved in this. But basically, I'd actually like to move that at the end of this, add that the document be forwarded to all candidates.
Mr Mayor and Councillor, certainly not prosecuting an argument with you. Rainmaker isn't called Rainmaker anymore, it's called Tala Connect, but which is something that happened over Christmas pretty much. I've actually forwarded it through to, they are engaged in council and as part of process. I've sent a draft copy to TSB. I've sent a draft copy, there's two documents now that are kicking around. So I suppose first point of decision as we review it is what sort of format and what sort of information do we want to put in it? Is it more substantive? Is it a teaser? Is it a taste? When the Department of State Development guys were down here yesterday, I just mentioned it in passing to them, understanding it's a council document and certainly not wanting to put them in a difficult position because they are government, about who might else be able to give us, I suppose, free advice, for want of a better. So I had a little bit of a conversation about them. And and if I can put your mind to rest, as soon as we settle on a format or an agreement or we're ready to go forward, this thing's going to anyone and everyone I can possibly. The only reason I haven't attached it to a agenda and thrown it into the public domain, it has been a working draft and been chasing that feedback back on it. But I would think, given this month through the core of the documents, or the versions of it now are pretty consistent. It's just how we want to word it up and style and bits and bobs. But yeah, it'll be coming back into the public domain in this next round of committee meetings. And I actually agree with you fully, and I don't think there's any dispute in the room. We need to get it finalised in the next few weeks and get it out as much as. So even through the committee process, I'll flag it with council now. Once it comes back, be it either whichever committee meet, it probably won't be infrastructure, but community or exec finance before the ordinary. Once it goes through that process, it'll be in the public domain and it's going.
Yeah, thank you, Mr CEO. Yeah, I think that's good. Excellent answer, thank you. Councillor Duff, I think there's probably two stages here. I think, and Councillor Shoemaker will correct me if I'm wrong, that this is about reviewing the draft document and preparing a quality document. And then there's the second stage is the actual advocacy itself, where we'd actually go to the politicians. We go and, as part of the scope of engagement that we currently have with Taylor Connect, that they would no doubt be, through the office of the CEO, involved with the CEO in that process of advocating strategic communications to government. So I think that's probably the next stage after this is done. But I want to go to Councillor Shoemaker just to clarify some of those things around when we can have it done, the timing, the intent, if you could. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, well, certainly I've just provided feedback like every other councillor was given the opportunity, so I haven't had any direct connection around time frame. But it was my understanding, CEO Mark, with TSB, that they'd be very responsive to our needs. And certainly, Councillor Duff, you were in that meeting, so they made that commitment to us as part of our membership. So I imagine if the CEO's already made contact with them, which is great, and they know the priority leading up into the federal election, I imagine we can get this, get some feedback from them as soon as possible. Certainly that is the intent of this motion, as you've described there, Mr Mayor, is I'm very much about the outcomes for our region and see this as a great opportunity leading up into the election, and recognise that, you know, it's the middle of our term, so it's important that we actually do go with a clear, united story. And by all means, Mr Mayor, I recognise your role in meeting with ministers, and I guess just want to, on behalf of this council, make sure that we're equipping you with the best possible document to get the actions, because I certainly would like to see some commitments, some election promises and commitments for our area. But even furthermore, I would like to see us access as much funding or opportunity to really tackle the big issues that we've discussed today that we're taking to Elga. And I think this is, if we get this advocacy document right, it will set us up for the future as well. So I don't know if I've provided you any more context, but that's my understanding, and by all means I think I'd just encourage my councillors, my fellow councillors, to all have a look at your different respective areas and make sure that that advocacy document is on point so that the Mayor can go with a shared story that is going to get the outcomes in our region.
Thank you, Councillor. And Mr CEO, I suppose if it was ready to go, there's no reason why we couldn't call a special meeting to quickly resolve and adopt it, could we, if we wanted to push it out earlier than the March, April already? If it was ready, I mean. Sorry.
Yep, Mayor, we've got a series of dates now where we're getting you together for budget committees and everything else. So if for the sake of, if we had to move quickly, it literally would take 5 minutes to move second and adopt the thing. So, and then if everyone wants a chat, would probably be an hour, but we would be, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And very much in council's hands now about what sort of, where we want to go with it. And as I said, we'll continue to seek input or if there is opportunity to talk to anyone about how to improve it, really, really would be pleased to get the feedback.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Yeah, look, it's probably just a couple of comments from me. It's not going to cost us anything. We have become members of TSB. They've offered their service. I can't see why we wouldn't use it if it helps us prepare something that's going to have a bit more punch to get through this election campaign. So I'm very supportive of it. Councillor Duff, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to put a timeline on it because I just think that we need to, like when you say if and when we need to, because I know the candidates are wanting to, they're already out there making announcements, talking about what they're going to do. There's budgets happening. I think we're going to miss the boat, and I want to put a timeline on it, like no later than, I was going to say March the 9th, to actually get it to the candidates and get it to the federal members. But I'm happy to alter that, but I think we need to say, well, we're going to get it to them because we need to get it to them sooner rather than later.
Mr CEO, the March ordinary as a target date, would that be, you think,
it'll be back, as I said, either the March community or exec standing committees. It will be absolutely, you can put a timeline on it, Councillor, but the budget comes down in the third week of March. I think thereabouts from, without having the report. Federal election is scheduled no later than third week in May. So if we, and again, I'm not prosecuting an argument against you, but I just think putting a mandatory date of 9th of March, we have to, it'll be, we could say the March Community Standing Committee if you want, because it'll be one of those two, so we can target the Community Standing Committee. So that's, I think I said that before, it'll be the community or the exec committee, it'll be back to that. It has to be. So no one's, I don't think there's anyone in the room, but yeah, if it gives more comfort, we'll just drop the March Community Standing Committee on there.
Councillor Shoemaker, March Community Standing Committee, your motion, are you comfortable with that? Yep, you are. Okay. Councillor Potter, your thoughts? Yep, you're comfortable with that? Okay, we might just add that then to the motion. And that the, yes, and that the draft be brought back to the Community Standing Committee in March. Standing committee meeting. Yeah, committee meeting in March 2022. Okay, so we've just confirmed we've got agreements from our mover and seconder. Any further speakers? We'll go to Councillor Shoemaker for closing comments.
Ma'am, if I could just jump in, I'm actually, and as I flagged before, so we're probably, feedback from councillors are absolutely imperative as to which version of those two documents that they would like to go with, because at that meeting my intention is to attach a document as an attachment, and so it will end up in the public domain. Now I'm happy, I'll talk to you, Mayor, and I'm happy not to if that's the direction, but and this is why I was saying I was agreeing with the councillor over there before, is that we need to get it out into the public domain. So come that meeting, if we haven't heard anything other, and depending on what external advice we get back, there'll be a document selected and it'll be put up as the preferred model.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So I think that's pretty clear. We need to, and I do too, included in that, need to make sure that we have a good hard look at that and we get that feedback back to our CEO so that he can work with Councillor Shoemaker to finalise such, and with Tisby. Okay, so anything to wrap up? No, we'll go to the vote. I just want to say, as Councillor Shoemaker said, thanks very much, Mr. CEO, before we vote on this. Great job. I know you have 1,000 things across your desk and you made time on a weekend to do this for us to get that first draft. So thank you very much for the efforts that you made with, I believe, a very supportive volunteer. So thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're up to questions on notice. 18.1 at 186. That was Councillor Shoemaker in relation to the asset register for the hospital. So the recommendation is that the response to the question regarding financial statements raised by Councillor Shoemaker be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker, are you comfortable with that response? Any further questions? No, we're happy with that. Thank you, General Manager Jarvis. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we've now got up to section 19. And the recommendation is that Council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. 19.1, request to waive debt recovery and legal costs deceased estate under section 254J-F and I of the Local Government Regulation. Council is satisfied that discussion on this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and a matter the local government is required to keep confidential under a law of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth or a state. And 19.2, organisational review. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J-B of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with industrial matters affecting employees. So we'll go to the, we'll put that forward.
And Mr. Mayor, do we need to add 11.1 into that list, or?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. So I think we've already resolved 11.1, Mr. CEO. So we'll just note, councillors, that 11.1 we have resolved to put it into confidential. So it will also be dealt with. So we'll add these two items to the list now if we choose to do so. So do we have a mover for such? A mover, Councillor Duff, second to Councillor Froloff. We'll go, any speakers, any concerns? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now call the meeting, open meeting We'll close it out at 2:11 p.m. and go into confidential committee. Thank you all. To item 19.1. Do we have that there? 19.2, then we'll come back to 11.1. So first of all, 19.1, it's been recommended to Council that Council waive $15,092.46 of an outstanding existing debt of $36,596.40 from a deceased estate, with the remaining debt of $23,766.81 of the obsolete partnership continue to be honoured as per the amended repayment plan. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff. A seconder? Councillor Froloff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Organisational review, 19.2. The recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council organisational review report be received and that the February 2022 draft structure be released for the second round of formal staff and councillor consultation, with the report to be presented to the March 2022 ordinary meeting of Council for final consideration. Do we have a mover? Yep, Councillor Potter, got you there. Seconder, Councillor Henson. Thank you. Any speakers? No, we'll go to the vote.
Mayor, the only thing I might add is we've changed those titles, or I've made an amendment on to add in the extra detail, and so could we just add as amended, and we'll change those titles.
Oh, thank you,
coming
Mr.
out of this
CEO.
meeting, and then
Yes.
yeah, so
Yes.
I'll make those amendments before it goes out.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yeah, so as amended, be released. Councillor Potter, happy to move. Councillor Henson, happy to second. Yes. Okay, if there's no speakers, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.1, motion is that South Bennett Regional Council accept the tender from an O'Reilly Nunn-Favia as the Tier 1 contractor for supply and delivery of civil construction survey services for a period of 24 months, with a fixed period of 12 months for rates and prices, with the Tier 2 contractor being awarded to Minstaff Survey Proprietary Limited and Defined Group Queensland Proprietary Limited awarded the Tier 3. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor. Oh, yes, do we have to? Yes, now we have had a mover. Councillor Jones moved and Councillor Potter seconded.
I was just coming back to it. We just lifted off the table.
Yes.
And then proceed with the current resolution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO. Yes, okay, so we have a motion that item 11.1 be lifted off the table. Do we have a mover? Yes. Oh, sorry. No, I've jumped the gun. Yep, we'll just get that done on the screen. Well done. Thanks, Lyle. Thanks, Bree. Okay. Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a mover? Mover? Councillor Shoemaker? Yep. Second, Councillor Henson. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So we've lifted the matter off the table. It's out on the floor. We have the original resolution that was moved by Councillor Jones at 11.1 and seconded by Councillor Potter. Just confirm, Councillor Potter, Councillor Jones, happy to continue? Okay, good. Yep, we've got the go-ahead. So we've got that there. Any speakers? If not, we'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now call the meeting to a close at 3:23 p.m. And thank everyone for your involvement today. Well done. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.